things. O treasury of every good and bestower of life, come and dwell in us and cleanse us from every stain, and save our souls, O good one. We beseech thee, O Christ our God, to stretch forth thy hand and bless these civil servants. Grant them peace, wisdom, and discernment in handling any difficulty or challenges facing our city of Corpus Christi. Grant them, O Lord, peaceful times, that we in their tranquility may lead a calm and peaceful life in all reverence and godliness, and in so doing sending up all glory, honor, and worship to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. Our Pledge of Allegiance this morning to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be given by Alex Montalvo. He is a 12th grader from South Texas Science and Technology High School. He is a dual credit scholar, a member of National Honor Society, and pursuing certification in electrician trade in the electrician trade program.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God and one indivisible.
Thank you, Alex, and good luck with your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. At this time and before we move forward, I'd like to take a moment, as we've all heard, about the passing of Henry Garrett. So it's with profound sadness that we honor the memory of former Mayor Henry Garrett, whose legacy has left a huge imprint in our community and in our region. And so I'd like to take a moment before I read a proclamation for him in his honor. So we prepared a proclamation for Mayor Henry Garrett, and I'd like to read that now. So whereas the city of Corpus Christi mourns the passing of one of its most distinguished public servants, former Mayor Henry Garrett, who passed away at the age of 84 after a prolonged illness, and whereas Henry Garrett's extraordinary career spanned over 3 decades, beginning with his service to the Corpus Christi Police Department, where he rose to the rank of police chief, serving with distinction from 1989 to 1995, and culminating in his tenure as mayor of Corpus Christi from 2005 to 2009. Throughout his distinguished service, Mayor Garrett demonstrated a steadfast commitment to public safety, community well-being, and the continued prosperity of our city. And whereas as both a dedicated police chief and mayor, Henry Garrett left an indelible mark on our city, serving as a role model for public safety, a mentor to generations of police officers, and a compassionate leader who always put the people of Corpus Christi first. Mayor Garrett's legacy is further defined by his remarkable personal strength, having survived a battle with cancer and continued to serve our community despite personal challenges, exemplifying courage and perseverance in the face of adversity. And whereas former Mayor Garrett's influence extended far beyond his time in office, fostering a culture of public service and inspiring many who followed in his footsteps, his contributions to our city will forever be remembered, including the dedication of the Henry Garrett Center by the Buccaneer Commission and the naming of a ballroom at the American Bank Center in his honor. And whereas the city of Corpus Christi extends its deepest condolences to Mayor Garrett's family, friends, and all who had the privilege of working with him, and we unite in honoring his memory, leadership, and commitment to our city. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim December the 10th of 2024 Mayor Henry Garrett Day in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Amen.
Yes. Yeah. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item E, which is our city manager's update on city operations. Mr. Zeno.
Okay, great. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. We do have 3 items that were planned for the city manager report, and I want to pick up where the mayor left off and begin by, on behalf of the organization, myself also acknowledging former police chief and mayor Henry Garrett. And so for many years, Mr. Garrett honorably served this community with distinction and uniform, and then as a council member, and then as a mayor. He was a dedicated public servant, an enduring civic leader, and most importantly, a great man, as many of us know. We do have some slides that AB is going to put up here in a moment to show some pictures of him. And so before Mayor Garrett began his civic career on the dais, he was a dedicated public servant in public safety, and he served the citizens here in Corpus Christi for 32 years, spanning over 3 decades in our police department. And we know that by today's standards, that's pretty remarkable to be dedicated in a position that long. So Mayor Henry Garrett joined the police department in 1963 as a patrolman, and he rose through the ranks, becoming the police chief in 1989 under then Mayor Betty Turner. And on a side note, Mayor Garrett pinned the police badge on our current police chief, Chief Markle. So when they graduate, you know, there's a pinning ceremony, and you can see in that top picture there, that's the graduating picture with Henry Garrett, the chief, and then to his immediate right, that's Chief Mike Markle, believe it or not. Right, so he pinned him back in the day.
Wow.
Yep, and following his retirement from the force in 1995, Mayor Garrett stayed involved in the community, and he first ran for the mayor in 1997 before becoming elected in 1999 to an at-large seat on the city council. And there he would serve 3 terms as council member. And then in 2005, voters of Corpus Christi elected Henry Garrett as the mayor and re-elected him 2 years later, where he served until 2009. He led our community as a council member and as a mayor for over 10 years in those capacities. So many throughout the community have applauded him as a role model for public safety. He's well respected, he was a friend, and one who was loved by this entire community. Among his many accolades and honors, in 2010, he was recognized as LULAC's founding council as an outstanding community leader. And as the mayor mentioned, last year, the Buccaneers Commission honored him by paying tribute and naming their new headquarters right downtown after him, after Henry Garrett. And then on a personal note, Henry Garrett was a devoted husband. He was a father to 3 sons and a proud grandfather to 9 grandchildren. And as you can see in this picture here, on the next one, here we go. Henry Garrett had a passion for riding motorcycles that dated back to his youth, and as well as spending time with his family. Those are some of his side notes outside of his work. So as the mayor already said, on behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, we are grateful for his service to this community, and we send our sincerest condolences to his family and really the entire community who knew him. So Mayor, unless any council members want to make any comments, I'm going to move on to the next item.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, great. What we're going to do now is move on to some business of the city, and that is a quarterly report on our finances. And so I'm going to present to you the 4th quarter finance budget report for the fiscal year that's already ended. That's for fiscal year 2024. And you have a PowerPoint here. This PowerPoint is a very high-level summary of what is a financial report that's sent to the council. It's many pages thick, and it's posted on our website following this presentation this morning. And so on our next slide here, this report is for the preliminary closeout for the fiscal year that just ended, fiscal year 2024. That budget was adopted a year ago in September by the City Council in 2023. All figures presented this morning are preliminary and unaudited, and this is a requirement of our city charter that the city manager provide financial quarterly updates to the City Council on our financial progress. So on this next slide here, this shows the pathway to getting to ultimately an annual comprehensive financial report that's done by outside auditors annually for the city. And our fiscal year audit began in October, and I believe at the audit committee there was some presentation already by that firm. And then in December, staff is finalizing the initial year-end closeout, and then in 3 months after the beginning of the year, we'll bring to the audit committee and then to the full City Council the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year 2024 that has concluded already. But on this next chart, we want to show you where we are in an unaudited way, and this chart here has 3 columns: our budget amount for the prior fiscal year, the estimated amount, and then the actual amounts. And so we're comparing ourselves really to the estimate because that was kind of a restating of the budget, and any additional revenues or monies were already used in the development of the current year budget, the FY25 budget. But it's good to see where we ultimately are ending up. And so if we look at the bottom line total, we thought we would end up in revenues with $332 million, and you can see we're coming in about $9 million less than that at $323. And that is explained in item number 2 there. We will receive less than what we anticipated from an industrial district partner due to their right to do so, which was to contest their values with the appraisal district. And so we have to do back payments for the years that they settled on what the appraised value would be. And so that's a $9 million refund. And our plan is to pay that over a few years, but we booked the whole $9 million in this fiscal year. You can see our property tax came in just a little bit under the estimate and a little bit under the budget as well, and that's a reflection of less payments being made in a timely manner from the taxpaying community. And then just to highlight our sales tax, just under the re-estimate, 72.7 is what we thought we'd bring in, and we actually at the end of the year bring in 72.1 for sales tax. So on the next slide is our revenues, and that's the other side of the equation. Here we did not spend as much as we thought, so it will help to negate that less revenue than what we thought we would bring in as well. If you compare the same thing here, the budget to the estimate and then our actuals, of note is that no department went over budget, which is good. So no operating department went over budget. There's a few that are right on budget, and then a few areas that are slightly below. And so we look at that as well, because when we say we're going to do something, if we spend the money, that's a good indication that we're doing it. And so we'll be working with our departments over these next couple of months to do critical analysis of areas where we may have come too far under the budget and the re-estimate. But if you look at the bottom line total, the subtotal is without any carry forward encumbrances. And so when you look at those, we would be spending $357 million, and that's $6 million less than where we thought we would at $363 million. So that $6 million would be used to help in that revenue situation. So in summary here on our next slide, this takes our beginning balance for that fiscal year, and then it adjusts it for activities that have taken place the last 12 months, and then we end up with a new fund balance. And so our beginning balance when we began the budget a year ago was $112 million. You can see the revenues we brought in, less the expenses of $341 and the carry forwards, gives us an ending balance of $78.3 million. And you can see it is less than the beginning balance, and that was by design with this council's policy leadership. And we'll go over a slide here in a moment. There was a deliberate goal to reduce some of the fund balances and put those monies into production so that we weren't carrying excessive fund balances. But I will say, and you will see in the slide, that at this point, we're right where we need to be with council's policy. We're at the cap of our fund balances, or we're below. And so that is to say, next year, as we develop the 2026 budget, we're not going to have much flexibility in using fund balance, and I'll show you that in a moment. But the 78.3 is right at that 20% rainy day fund reserve that we have as a policy, and there's nothing beyond it. So you can see when we began this fiscal year, the one in 2024, we had some monies to use for at least one-time expenditures like street maintenance, and we won't have that flexibility in the next budget. So there were budget initiatives. We want to report on this as well in the next slide. We usually do this with the council. And so a year ago, in the year ago budget, we had 87 initiatives for investments that this council wanted us to invest in. That was totaling almost 31 million. Note that we did add positions in animal care. I know that's something we're going to talk about the first quarter coming up, but we had 10 positions that were added. We added police officers and firefighters and medic units. And of all those initiatives, 76 are on schedule, or were completed on schedule, I should say. 11 of the 87, a small percentage, are still being implemented, and we do have recovery plans, and all that work will be completed in the first quarter of this coming year. Let's move on next to some of our other funds. And so our hotel occupancy tax fund is an important one for us from our visitor industry. This shows the revenues and the expenses. So we had a 19.6 million estimate of what we thought we would bring in, and we know that's less than the budgeted amount. A little bit of slippage there in the hotel room nights, and the actuals came in just under that at 19.5. So we're in pretty decent shape there. And savings in our spending in that area, we thought we would spend 22.7 million, but we're spending 20.8 million. So the less revenue is made up by less spending. Let's look at our two enterprise funds, our water and wastewater. So revenues and expenses are shown here for the water fund. Revenues came in slightly less than what we thought, 154 million compared to 157. In part, that could be from less utilization as we were in stage 2. Our customers should have used less water to less non-discretionary water. Irrigation water. And then on our expense side, about 8 million lower than what we thought we would spend. We anticipated to spend 160 million for direct services and infrastructure investment, and we spent 152 million. And then on the wastewater side, a little bit different story in terms of the revenues. We actually collected a little bit more than what we thought we would. We thought we would collect 88.5 million. We brought in just under 92 million. And the expenses is a little more spent here than on water. So we thought we would spend 85.6, and we're actually closing up the year 81.6 million in expenditures. Okay, so this next slide, there's a lot of information here, and this is also provided to the council so we can look at this beyond this presentation this morning. But this shows all of our fund balances in our major funds. We have more funds than this in our business enterprise, but these are the key ones. And so this chart here shows where we began fiscal year 24. What we knew we were going to use in the budget. Remember, when I presented the budget, I showed council that we were drawing down some $77 million in fund balance because the council wanted us to reduce those fund balances. And then so when we take that deliberate drawdown used in the current year budget and we come up with a new ending balance, what is shown here in column 3 is the fund balance. And then on column 4, it shows what the council policy says the fund balance should be. So in the general fund, we should be, based on council-approved policy, somewhere between 17 and 20% of spending, and that's between 56 and 66 million. And you can see we're just below it. We're at 65 million, so we're just slightly above the 20%. So that means there's really very little flexibility to use any more general fund one-time monies for one-time expenditures in the next year's budget that we'll be working on next year. The water fund, you can see the policy goal of the council is 25% spending we should have in reserves. The water fund is slightly over. Wastewater is similar. We have a little bit more there than where we want to be. Same thing with stormwater, so those funds are in decent shape. The gas fund doesn't meet the 25% goal. We should have 9.1, we have 4.3. And then in these other funds, there's no reserve policy set by City Council. There is by us. We want to have some fund balance in there. So the HUT fund, 2.1 million, the SHOT fund, 1.7, our streets fund, a little over 5 million, and residential streets, a little over 7 million. So that's the story on the fund balances. And just to say it again, there was a deliberate drawdown in fund balances that City Council wanted us to do, policy direction of the Council, and we did that by spending, planning to spend close to $78 million, $77 million in this next budget coming up. Okay, and then we're going to conclude with our capital improvement program. This is a big part of our budget, which is our infrastructure investment and rebuilding the city. And so just to highlight two of the programs in that area, we know there's more in our CIP than just the bond programs, but these are good barometers on success of engineering department and the departments overall. So in bond 2022, that was most recently prior to this bond approved in November, it had 32 projects. 2 of them are complete and 2 are under construction, and 28 are all in design. And my next report will show you how many of those design projects are ready for advertising for bids to go under construction. Many of them are very close, and so we'll show you that the next presentation. And then the most recent bond, or the least recent, I guess, the bond 2020 had 42 projects. 40 of those are completed or nearly completed. 1 is under design and will be under construction by June, and then 1 other project in the list was a design only, and that's currently in design. So that's the CIP summary. So in summary, this is kind of the summary of the city's financial report for that fourth quarter, fiscal year 2024. And so our general fund unaudited results are consistent with our projections, a little less revenue, as I mentioned, but it's offset by less spending. Our hotel occupancy tax revenues are lower than budgeted, but we estimated a little lower as well, so we're good in that respect. Water revenues are lower than projected, wastewater revenues slightly higher, and that fund works as an enterprise, so they'll help negate each other. And our expenditures in those 2 areas are within the expected expenditure amount. And then our CIP projects continue to be delivered on schedule overall. And here's the best one. The city remains to be in a financially strong position. That's without any doubt. We have financial advisors that are working with us as well, and they have affirmed that as well. And so we're in good financial position. The ability to add new programs, add new positions, and that type of thing will be a little tougher in this coming budget, but that doesn't mean we can't be financially strong, and we are still as a city. So I just want to leave with that note. So again, Mayor and Council will send you the detailed financial report for this quarter. It'll also be posted on the city's website, as we have done for decades, and made available to the public as well. So that concludes that presentation. We're going to check the time. It's 12. I don't know if there's any questions. If we want to go to citizen comment, I had 2 more items on the CM report. But
Yeah, let's go ahead and go to
Okay.
public comment, and we'll come back. We have, I think, nine people
Okay, great.
that will speak today. So let's see, as we proceed to item F, public comment, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone call, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I'd like to ask our City Attorney, Miles Risley, to please review the rules of decorum. The rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. And if you'll please state your name and city in which you live before beginning your comments, it would be much appreciated. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, it's at this time, and second would be when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute, and a visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. So if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to our city secretary before you speak, and she will hand it out to us. So with that, we will start with Mr. Ron Graben.
Ron Graben, I'm a resident of Corpus Christi. And for the purpose of this discussion, I am the president of North Beach Community Association. And we have asked some of our board members of the community to be here as well. And so they are all taking up their time to be here to support the item number 30 that we're here to discuss later on. Now, they're all self-employed, so they're going to go and try and make a living. So as soon as public comment's over, we're going to disappear. So I hope you understand that. But we appreciate so much how the city has tried to move this ball forward. And this is a big day, in our opinion, for North Beach. And we keep talking about North Beach. It's really for the city of Corpus, because what happens on North Beach represents the city at large. And Peter and his crew have met with us several occasions, and really didn't have to, but out of courtesy to us, they presented all this information to us, and we appreciate the input. There's always some details that have to be worked out down the road, and I'm sure that he will continue to meet with us because he has kept his word, and from the beginning, he said, we will meet with the North Beach people, and he has done that, so I'm sure that will continue. There's a few things that we'd like to comment on, but the big thing is that we all with univocality believe in this next step forward. And as I go through the community, I hear people say, are they ever going to do anything on North Beach? Are they really going to do anything on North Beach? And I always have to defend and say, yes, 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 they are. Just be patient. And this is the day where we can make a significant difference for North Beach and the city of Corpus. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council. Carrie Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, North Beach. So there's a lot on agenda item 30 that are really exciting things that have been coming for a long time. 2 Bond 2018 street projects, for example, that are 7 years old, I think, or 8 years old. So we're really looking forward to those. One of the things on it is the Eco Park, which Councilor Pusley and I have worked on for about 15 years. So, in fact, we were working on that before the Oso Bay Wetlands and Education Center was even thought of. In fact, the name of the first proposal was the North Beach Wetlands and Education Center. But Parks and Rec at that time decided there wasn't enough interest in this North Beach area, so they used some of the ideas that we had come up with to build the Oso. And so now, 15 years later, we are using that. We're using the Oso as an example or a prototype for what we could do on North Beach. And we hope, we have an Eco Park committee at NBCA, and we hope to work with Scott Harris and Mako Construction, or I think that's what it's called, Mako Construction, to finalize the signage and the boardwalks for that eco park. We want to encourage against placing any buildings or covered shade structures in this area, as it is very remote and difficult to monitor and patrol for our city police and our park enforcement. We have a pavilion already at Dolphin Park, and we think that that's enough. Because the eco park is about birds and habitat and sensitive wetlands, it should be a park that people move through so as not to disturb the wildlife. We think we envision it as educational signage, boardwalks, and pathways. That should be the focus. And it would also keep costs down to not have buildings that you have to maintain and you have to patrol and all that stuff. So I read some of the wording that still included those large pavilions and buildings, and we just don't envision it that way. So we hope that Peter Zanoni can have more meetings with us. Like he had a visioning session not long ago with TxDOT, the stakeholders, and the city staff, where we were able to present some ideas for the roads. We really appreciated that opportunity that he did, and that's the kind of public-private, joining that is important for these kinds of large-scale projects. So keep us there, keep us involved in this as you move through it. Thank you so much, and please vote yes for agenda item number 30.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Bob Catalano?
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time and service. Bob Catalano, Corpus Christi. I have some pictures I'd like to send up there when possible. Just want to say thank you for what you've been doing for North Beach, and whatever Ron and Gary said, I reiterated. They know what they're talking about. I do want to say, just want to make a plain statement that I've been on the beach for 25 years. If I've been to council 2 times in the 24 years, I may be pushing it. So I've been here a few times now. And so whatever problems I had on the beach before, I dealt with them. I do want to say that when I come here and I mention something about the beach now or the park, I don't want you to think I'm complaining. I just want you to, when I maybe say come and view this or check this out, you would consider it and think about it and give me a call, because I waited till the project was over before I started expressing what I thought was going to be needed over there. The picture I sent you in front of you is just a picture of the side where the park meets my house, where there's no rain occurred. That's just tide flooding right there. And so that's going to be a problem forever for me. So but I just wanted to just see that does not encompass any rain. And so when the rain does fall and the tide gets higher, it has nowhere else to go but back into the house. The water's in the house at this point. But not dealing with that problem right now. I just ask you, when I do happen to mention something, you would at least think about it and keep in correspondence. And so far, I've made some requests, and everybody's received it and said, yes, let's see what's happening. So I appreciate that, Peter, for sure. And Rebecca over there has helped me too. So thank you all, and I just need to thank you for your time and service. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't know how you do it, but I do really appreciate you guys. And keeping an eye on North Beach now. It's been a long time, and things are really looking good over there. We expect a nice future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Catalano. Jason Hale. Is Jason Hale with us? Okay. John Weber?
John Weber, Corpus Christi. Mayor, council, and community members, make sure to check out the written comments. That's where all the action is and all the evidence is shared. This image is an unaltered spreadsheet that was shared with me from an information request. Pay close attention to the bottom number. It says 25. That is the daily average water use for one Quick Quack car wash. The company has 13 locations in our area. If each location had the same daily average water use, that would be 325,000 gallons of water every day. I don't mean to pick on this company. They are just one of the new car wash companies in our area. 325,000 gallons a day for just over one car wash company is a lot of water. I think everyone can agree that unlimited monthly car washes are not an essential use of water. As Mr. Zanoni pointed out at a public water meeting in 2023, sometimes washing a vehicle can be a safety necessity. I agree, if you can't see out the windows, people should wash their cars so they can be safely driven. The business model for these new car washes is a problem for our water supply. Customers are paying monthly fees as low as $22.99 for unlimited car washes, which encourages people to wash their vehicles more than necessary. I regularly see these car washes doing good business even on days it is raining. Quick Quack's single car wash price starts at $12.99, so most people sign up for the unlimited car washes for $22.99. This encourages them to get their car wash more than they normally would to make sure they get their money's worth. It doesn't look like there will be any restrictions on commercial car washes. This just isn't right and isn't fair. Unlimited car washes aren't an essential use of water. The city needs to ban this business model and require car washes to charge for each wash. The only other option is to require car washes to reduce their water use in every stage of drought or face penalties. I find it interesting that smart rate design was used for residential water rates, but not commercial water rates. Commercial rates dropped from $5.56 to $3.94. So if all Quick Quack car washes use the same as example, their annual savings would be over $193,000. That's a sweet deal. That's a lot of revenue the city is giving up for a non-essential water use. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Kristen Cook.
Good morning, everybody. Creston Cook, Executive Director of South Texas Workforce and a Corpus Christi resident. The task force, we're here to promote, preserve, and protect our area military installations. And sometimes you think, why does the military installation need protecting? Well, they do. And we represent Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Naval Air Station Kingsville, Corpus Christi Army Depot, and United States a year. That's about 20% of our local economy. Some of the work of our task force, which I really appreciate your support on and hope you pass the agenda item today, continuing your support. We continue to monitor changes in training programs at Navy Air Station Corpus Christi. We're concerned some of this training might go elsewhere, and we're working with the Chief of Naval Air Training to be sure that stays in Corpus Christi. We work to ensure CCAD has the right workload for its 3,000 employees. We want to be sure the workload, the employees there and the machinery there, that they are competitive with industry. You might not know that CCAD has to compete for their workload with private industry, which includes the manufacturers of the helicopters, which would love that repair work. We advocate for much needed improvements in housing and child care facilities on Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. Most of the housing on Naval Air Station Corpus Christi has been eliminated and is being torn down as I speak. We worked with the city in the application process to designate Corpus Christi as a Coast Guard city. And I think the application might even go out this week. We want to be the first Coast Guard city in the state of Texas. And I hear Houston has the application coming, so we want to get ours in right away. These are just a few examples of our work in the military task force. I appreciate your continued support and can answer any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen. That's all of our in-person, or I think Mr. Ricardo Sandate, is he with us? Okay. Rebecca, I think we have WebEx.
Yes, ma'am, for two people, Mr. Jerry Sinclair.
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
I would like to speak. I would like to speak immediately before the agenda item number 32, if that's possible,
okay.
to please the council.
Before number 32?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then we have Mark Munster.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. I'm going to talk about the Stage 3 drought restrictions. And so this is a quote from an EPA document in 2016. You can find it, just Google Texas droughts and climate change. And so the quotes are, Texas climate is changing. Most of the state has warmed between 1/2 and 1 degree in the past century. Our climate is changing because the earth is warming. People have increased the amount of carbon dioxide in the air by 40% since the late 1700s. Average rainfall is likely to decrease during winter, spring, and summer. 70 years from now, the longest period without rain each year is likely to be at least 3 days longer than it is today. Increased evaporation and decreased rainfall are both likely to reduce the average flow of rivers and streams. So yeah, I wanted to talk about, because we're entering Stage 3 drought, normally I would talk about industry usage, but this is like really important and crucial to it, because the reason we need desalination is the industry demand of water. And these same multinational companies are the reasons we're in increased climate change, and they're the main polluters of our air and water. And so desalination is also energy intensive. It's an energy intensive process when we already have a struggling power grid in Texas, and it just repeats the cycle of getting a new water resource and selling it away to industry. When residents, we already have enough water for residents. It's only the increase in demand over the next 20 years is because of industrial and heavy users. And focusing on desalination without addressing their usage is a refusal to prioritize sustainable and actual community beneficial solutions. Instead of conservation efforts, we're trying to fund solutions that will take years to even be constructed. And at the same time, industries pay less per gallon over the tiered water rates. Sean Weber just talked about that. That's commercial, but also industrial. And at the same time, they also get industrial tax abatements, which affects the amount of property taxes that the city, a revenue from that avenue each year. And you don't have to listen to me. This is straight from the EPA. Texas A&M has articles on the impact of drought. And I think this is like totally relevant to the water restrictions. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munster. We appreciate it. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, this is Mr. Sinclair. Might it be possible to speak ahead of item 32? I'm not sure, based on the time schedule, I'll be able to attend at that time. So I apologize. Can I speak now instead of later?
Is that all right, Mayor? He'd like to speak now instead of before the item. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Jerry Sinclair, address 14810 Windward Drive. Madam Mayor, City Council members, and supporting staff, I wanted to thank you again. Item number 32 has to do with proceeding with the seawall and making that happen, proceeding on with a contract to get that work further implemented and working through to restore and improve the seawall in that area, especially in speaking with Dan Suckley, a council member, and all the council members in supporting of this. There's both tangible and intangible benefits associated with this. I could go on for the tangible benefits, again, improving and protecting the properties and the seawall along there. And actually, one of the tangibles actually is intangible in saying the benefit of not just city staff, but our visitors and guests to be able to come and enjoy the beach. Very tangible for being able to see that beauty that we have here on the coast, something that's very unique for our area. And again, I want to thank the City Council, Madam Mayor, and the staff, and all the City Council members for making this possible and proceeding with this activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Okay, so that concludes
the period.
Okay, all of our public comments. We're going to go ahead and go back to our city manager's report.
Great, thank you, Mayor. We just have 2 more items here that'll go pretty quick. So the next item I wanted to bring to the City Council and Raleigh community's attention is, excuse me? Okay, yeah, you had some questions? Okay.
I didn't, yeah, go ahead and just turn your light on. And we're going to go back right to the financial report. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Peter, have we done any estimations on what the state hotel motel tax, I know we're approving a geographical boundary today. Have we estimated any number for what that will mean in the way of income yet?
Yeah, Heather was going to have to help me with that, or Arturo. Let's have Arturo try to address that question. We know there's about 20 hotels that will be in that 3-mile radius. Is that correct?
Correct. There's an estimated 20 hotels in the existing area, which is a 3-mile radius. We do have an estimate, and that will be presented along with the rest of the presentation for that particular item. So we do have an estimate, but it is roughly about 70 million. I can go into a little bit more detail once that item comes up.
Okay, so you're going to make that in the presentation today? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
That's for our project finance zone, just so folks know what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll have some follow-up to that when we get to that.
Okay, great.
It's a great report, Peter, and I've shared with you, and I don't know where this falls into your report, but I still, especially with the fact that our most recent approval of the reauthorization of the sales tax is going to include improvements for our entertainment area and around the American Bank Center, and including the American Bank Center, and that is the management of that complex. I've been asking for information about that for a long time and have not received it, but I just have lost complete confidence in OVG's ability to manage our ABC complex. I don't think they're doing a good job. They have run off all of our local vendors, and many of which depended upon that complex for their livelihood. They now have made it impossible for a number of our very important nonprofit organizations to be able to use that facility because of what they charge. And the latest information I received from your office was that we were going to offer grants to these nonprofit organizations through taxpayer funds to offset that, and I just think that's totally wrong. They have brought in some new entertainment, but with that, they have also increased their profits substantially, and I don't see that much going back into our ABC Center. I just think that the entire management of that has been a failure. I don't see any great improvement in the food quality. When we had the State of the City address here just a few weeks ago, I thought the food was abysmal. I would have been just as happy with a Chick-fil-A and some curly fries as what they served us. And so I just think on a go-forward basis, this is an issue that we need to tackle. And it's something that the city needs to look at, because every time I turn around, they're doing something else that's having a negative impact on our community and the people who utilize that facility. None of those facilities ever operate in the black. They all operate in red. Every governmental entity that owns one of these convention facilities works as hard as they can to keep it as flush as possible. But that's an important facility to our school districts, to our nonprofit organizations, to local businesses and vendors that operate here. And I think our operation of that has been less than what it should be. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. On page 5, I just wanted to make a suggestion, if I could. Can we include a pie chart on this? It's easier, I think, for people to see where our expenses are. If you could include a pie chart whenever it goes online,
yeah,
I'd
sure.
appreciate that. The other is, can you, on page 4, number 2, industrial district in lieu unless the 9 million refund, was that multiple corporations, or is that just one single corporation that contested their their tax
Right. Yeah,
appraisal?
they contested their appraisal value, so that was one corporation. Mhm.
And who would that corporation be?
That was Valero.
Valero.
Yeah.
Okay. And I wasn't going to comment on what was said just previously, but like I said, I've lived here all my life, and I've always heard the complaint about how, the ABC Center never makes any money and so forth. But it is correct that it is not a money venture type of entity that we have. It's to draw people, it's something that the city has invested. Now, whether the OVG company is, because we were complaining that we were losing so much money, and now we're complaining that we're charging too much. I really would still like to look at their model, because we don't get like regular reports from them. We don't know, I don't know, or I don't remember how they're operating. And I know that also when they did try to get some additional money through the renaming rights, that was, seen as, there was a lot of opposition as to who was the one that was asking for it. And for me, I mean, coming from a business sense, if someone, of course, with has every right, as long as it is something that is not causing any harm or anyway, I just want to be open to OVG and to see what more we can do to, work with them and see what we can do with these nonprofits. But again, I just wanted to ask for that pie chart, if that be.
Councilwoman, and I think to both your points, Peter, if maybe you can look at, how are they doing? A grade card, if you will. We've made improvements. We've done a lot of things since moving over to this management company, and I think it would probably do good justice to everyone if you kind of maybe compiled some sort of little grade card of what things have been improved and how processes and such, so that we can see
Right.
that.
Yeah, the plan is to do that in the first quarter of this, probably in January.
Okay.
The OVG 360 leadership and local executives are aware that they're going to present in January.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to move on to your Lake Corpus
Okay.
Christi water safety?
Great. Okay, so this next one is just an awareness. It's a public safety, life safety, actually, awareness. It is about Lake Corpus Christi water, the Lake Corpus Christi Water Safety Coalition that has been put together in part by the city manager of Mathis, Mr. Cedric Davis. So this past week, we had a press conference that the city of Corpus Christi attended in Mathis, up in Mathis. Actually, I guess it was in Mathis at Lake Corpus Christi. And Mathis hosted the meeting and included families of recent drowning victims at Lake Corpus Christi, representatives from Mathis, the city of Corpus Christi, and Parks and Rec Wildlife was there as well. One of the drowning events took place at the Parks and Rec's, Texas State Parks and Rec Wildlife area. So we do want to thank Councilman Barrera. He attended for the city council at the press conference, and he was there with Drew Molly and myself. And just as background, as you're aware, over the past 5 months, there's been 4 tragic drownings at the lake, 4, more than even at our Gulf beaches. One thing the locals know is that as the water, we know we're in an extreme drought, but as the water recedes at Lake Corpus Christi, there's less room to walk and more room to walk into caves or indentions or not smooth surfaces, and so it's high hazard at this point. There's a lot of branches, a lot of things that you don't expect to be there that are there, big drop-offs as an example. Even the wind can be significant, and that's a cause of some of the unfortunate drownings of recent times. So the more we bring together various stakeholders and talk about the issues and provide safety, the better for our visitors that go there and our community members. And so the coalition that was there has been established to address water safety and identify solutions when people visit Lake Corpus Christi. The main objective of this group or plan is to prevent the loss of life at the lake. We know we've done a great job at that at the beaches, at our Gulf-facing beaches, and even our bay beaches, and we need to do a little bit more to ensure this at our lake, Lake Corpus Christi. So the goals of this group is to provide water safety orientation that will give them vouchers to get a free life vest, so that little kids or even adults, if they don't have one, they can have a life vest when they enter the water, or if they go on a boat onto the water. It's important to wear one then as well. The city and the Texas Parks and Wildlife and others will be posting additional signage along the lake to ensure they're aware of high hazards that exist, even in normal times, but especially now. And then we'll have an education component for all those that visit Lake Corpus Christi. I know Councilman Pusley has talked to me in great length about this, given that he's familiar with the lake and the conditions that are up there. So this is a real good project that we're embarking on. We do want to thank the City of Mathis, led by Mayor Villarreal, and their city manager, Cedric Davis. Mr. Davis really took this initiative on his own time and is working extra hours to get it. We're a big partner with Cedric, with Mr. Davis, and with the Texas Parks and Wildlife and others as well. So we'll be facilitating discussions, planning, and water safety programs over the next few months. The goal is to be ready to go for Easter. They said up there, the locals said, if you think visitors at Labonte Park is a lot during Easter time, you should see the lake. It's packed up there. So the goal is to make sure that this program of education, awareness, and free life vests is in place for that Easter holiday, and then continuing from that point forward. So those are important comments on that. I don't know if Councilman Barrera wanted to say anything, Mayor, or anybody else. And then we do have just one other item real quick after that.
Councilman Roy.
Peter, thank you. You mentioned one of the things I was going to suggest, and that is signage, not only in front of the public parks, but I don't know if you have the ability just in some of the other areas near the boat ramps and things of that nature, because I think it's very deceiving in terms of the lake in itself. I think they need to really, I'm curious about what they're going to design and how they're going to design those signs. But it needs to give them the warnings on some of the things that, the objects, and, you know, when you think about it, that they basically took an area and they filled it up with water, and there's still area out there that has fence line. It has other things, other obstacles out there. When the lake drops, those things are exposed. So it is a big concern, and I hope we can put signage there in more places than just the public parks.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, so the city has a park there, that Sunrise Beach Park. There's several, some leased property from us to have other park environments.
Yeah.
So that's part of the goal, is identify what would be the messaging on the signage.
Right, but you look at the Lagardo side and you look at some of the other sides, they just don't have any signage there, especially near the boat ramps.
Yeah.
And it is dangerous right now. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And I really appreciate you and staff and Councilman Barrera attending the meeting. Unfortunately, I had a previous commitment, could not make it. But I think this is a great step forward. My wife and I have had a home on Lake Corpus Christi now a little over 20 years. And in that period of time, we've seen a number of these tragic accidents that could have been easily avoided if people would just use a little common sense. So I think the more public awareness we bring to the subject, the better. And, you know, our good friend Raju Bhagat's only son drowned at Lake Corpus Christi. So we just want to do everything we can. I know the Parks and Wildlife, they patrol very heavily when on holidays and whatnot at Lake Corpus Christi, but the rest of the time, they just don't have the manpower to be there all the time. But anyway, thank you very much for doing that, and hopefully this will save somebody's life.
Agreed, Councilman.
Yeah. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the fact that there's been several drownings up there, I don't know if we've done a study about what sections of the lake the drownings have taken place in. I mean, is there consideration at all to be perhaps restricting or forbidding public access to some portions of the lake?
Yeah, I think, Councilman, both of these have happened at what are well-established public access areas, so they weren't remote, uncharted area. This last one was at a well-defined area in the Texas Parks and Wildlife System, and then we've had them at what is Sunrise Beach, where there's actually it's a wide-open beach area.
Right.
So they've been in well-known areas. The issue is that as the water recedes, you get closer to what is a drop-off or a ledge. So before, if there was this much water, there was a safer zone. But as the water recedes, then you're hitting areas like big potholes or big indentions. There's trees that you could trip over. So it's just a very rough area that is unknown and generally unswam in. People don't swim in it generally because there's enough water to swim closer to shore. So that's part of the messaging. The signs would be appropriate and maybe installed when we reach this type of level at the lake, and then maybe other times they're removed. So that's all part of the work plan that's going to take place over these coming weeks.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, this is a very good initiative, and I want to thank Councilman Barrera for attending in my stead. But moving forward, I think it's being proactive and making certain that we can preempt anything, further from happening. So thank you for updating us on this. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, great initiative, great awareness item for the community. Who is funding the free life jacket program?
It's a combination of private sector donations that are still coming in. The city would contribute through our Corpus Christi Water Fund.
Okay.
We get revenues from admissions to that area.
Okay.
And so we have a separate fund to manage the lake. We have real estate there, and people come in, campsites. So,
okay.
Yeah.
This would be obviously more far-reaching in terms of the numbers of people that would probably like to utilize such a program. But if the funding were available, and maybe it's something we could, figure out a way to do through the beach parking permits, also is to maybe carry it over to the beach rescue program, because we know how challenging it is, especially on days like Memorial Day and 4th of July and Labor Day, where there's just so many kids in the water, and depending upon the conditions of the water, it can be extremely challenging, and you can lose somebody literally in a split second out there. So if the funding were available and there was an opportunity to dovetail it into the Gulf beaches, I'd recommend it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good recommendation. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think this is kind of a reflection of the water safety issue that I've been championing for a long time. 3 of my 4 kids are certified lifeguards. I hold a lot of thought and concern over our safety programs, our water safety programs, and learn to swim programs. Even our recreational swim programs, we have kind of let drop off over the years in parks and recreation. We no longer have summer swim leagues that promote swimming. I want to make sure that we're looking at this from the perspective, not only from a short-term perspective of what can we do right now, but also the long-term perspective in providing those programs to have kids learn to swim. I mean, this doesn't just happen in isolation. We got to have good, strong, if you don't know how to swim, you don't know how to swim. And I think we still need to improve those programs, learn to swim programs throughout the city, as well as partnering up with school districts to make sure that's in place as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We agree. In fact, in the budget, we began that initiative, but we need to, as you mentioned, maybe even do more.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay.
Just one thing. When we went to Canyon Lake this summer, and I brought it up at the press conferences, and mind you, I think two of the individuals that we need. It's a greater level of conscientiousness, because 2 of the individuals were in good shape. It's just, I think there was also, they told us about an accident where somebody jumped off of a boat and they got impaled in a tree. And so, there's just, those are those challenges that we just need to educate people. But when we're in Canyon Lake, there were these life vest or life preserver stations I mean, and then they just kept them full. And I mean, there weren't anything to look at, you know, but what is it? They were just basically, just functional. And I'm sure that and then there was park staff just making sure that everybody had one or offering them. And you know, I want to give that, I said it, I've told many of the story. My grandson, who's 7, swims like a fish, you know, and what is it? He wouldn't put on a life vest, and we wouldn't let him in the water. And I think Councilman Pusley was talking about the same thing with his grandson and as well. And that's the thing, we wouldn't let him in the water, and he stood out there for about a good 30, 45 minutes. You know, didn't want to get in there until finally he saw everybody have fun. And, you know, that's the thing, it's just something as simple as that, I think. I mean, there's so much that we can try to prevent, but particularly in the drought, because it gets very muddy. You fall in an area, like you said, a pothole, and then people panic, and, you know, what is it? But anyway, but thank you, Peter. And I think I was the third option, because I think, Mayor, you weren't available, and they called Councilman Pusley, and so.
Let's not.
But it was my pleasure to attend. Thank you. Anyway.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Peter, we can move on.
Okay, great. And then, Mayor, the final thing, given the time of the year, is we want to tell the Mayor and Council about the 48th Annual Christmas Angels Food Basket Giveaway. And this is a special event that's hosted through a partnership between our own Corpus Christi Police Department, private donor, and residents and volunteers from the community. Chief Blackman, who is leading the police department today here at Council, is going to give us some remarks on the program. It's really a great thing that they've been doing for 48 years. A couple of years ago, my family and I participated and spent a good portion of the morning, I think it went in past lunch, delivering these food baskets to families in need across our community. So Chief Blackman, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, sir.
David Blackman, Police Department. Yeah, this definitely is my favorite time of year and my favorite event. This is the 48th Annual Christmas Angels Food Basket Delivery. It is going to be hosted on December 24th, but I should just say Christmas Eve. That's the perfect day for it. We're going to meet at Windsor Park Elementary, 4225 South Alameda, at 6 a.m. For everybody that's still having their first cup of coffee and their head maybe stuck to the pillow still, y'all can get there somewhere around 7 o'clock, and we will definitely find room for you. So we get there that early because we have multiple trucks and individuals, and what we do is we meet here, and then we will go over to HEB there at Robert and Alameda and start to begin to load up the food baskets and distribute them all over the city. This was founded, like I said, 48 years ago by Bob Corrigan, the police department, and a couple of citizens in the community. This actually started out of the back of a police car and a couple of trucks and has grown this year to where we're going to deliver about 125 food baskets, and then there's going to still be, like last year, probably about 200 participants in this event. And here are a couple of pictures. This is last year's events. And if this thing will play, can y'all play the video, please?
All blessings be upon each and every one of our heart.
Yep, I bet.
All right, so I think that video speaks for itself. Those names are submitted by police officers throughout the year for families of the needy, so I'd love to see y'all out there. I think you will definitely leave on Christmas Eve having a different feeling about the holidays. So I stand by for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And we appreciate all the work that you all do, the police department. You said 48th year?
48th year, yes.
That's amazing. Okay, wonderful. Councilwoman Campos.
I just wanted to, I know that it's through the efforts of the police officers that they come up with the family names. After that, I was introduced last week by Cantu.
Yeah, Javier Cantu.
Yes, he actually invited me also for this endeavor. So it made me think as to, who I knew in my own backyard. But is that still a possibility that we can still submit a name or not?
We have the names filled out, but I mean, if you have somebody that's definitely needy, we will try to figure out.
Yeah, after he mentioned that, I was like, oh my goodness, yes, I do know someone. So thank you so much.
We don't turn away anybody for the holidays, so if we have to figure out another method, we will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Are y'all still accepting donations?
Bob Corrigan, through that foundation, Christmas Angels probably is accepting donations.
Okay, Peter, does that conclude your?
So, excuse me, that concludes the city manager's report this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, we'll move on to item number H. I'm sorry, item H. We have a briefing on our bond 2024 residential streets, council briefing on project delivery. Yes, Councilman Klein.
Before we move into the briefing, Peter, are we going to have a discussion all about the Mary Roads pipeline, about the status of it? I understand that the repairs are being affected right now. Is it back online just yet or not yet?
No, it's not on the agenda, but as I texted this morning, it's being repaired right now, and we expect later on today for it to be back online.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. De La Garza.
Okay, good morning, Mayor, Council. Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Today I also have with me Manuel Hernandez, Assistant Director of Public Works. He leads our street team, Public Works. Today I'll provide a council briefing on the Bond 2024 residential street projects. On November 5th, 2024, voters approved the City of Corpus Christi's Bond 2024 program for a total of $174 million. One of the projects is for $35 million to repair residential streets. The repair of residential streets is crucial to maintaining the overall infrastructure in our city. This is a timeline, provides a high-level view of our journey towards improving our city's residential street network. If you recall, back in April of 2023, this council approved the pavement-only approach to repair our residential streets. In June of 2023, we reprioritized our IMP 2024 to 2028 plan. This was done to bring the streets in worse condition to the front of the line. At the end of September, combined resources of contractors and public works street crews completed the 2024 plans, 2024 planned streets on schedule. On October 2024, our contractors and public works streets set out to complete the 2025 planned street projects. And then the following slides will detail our plan to complete the Rapid Payment Program 2025, the Bond 2024 program, which are the RPP 2026 planned streets, and then our transition into the Rapid Payment Program 2027 planned streets. As a refresher, this is a memory jogger showing how we transition from the legacy complete reconstruction scope of repairing residential streets to the pavement-only approach. The key aspects that led us to pivot our strategy was the fact that we identified 373 miles of residential streets in very poor condition. Also, we analyzed that our residential street network was degrading at a rate of 12 miles per year, and we assessed that with the completion rate of 6 centerline miles per year and a degradation rate of 12 miles per year, we would inevitably end up with major network failure. Along with our analysis performed in the previous slide, we estimated that if we continued repairing streets at a rate of 6 centerline miles per year, it would take us 62 years to complete 373 centerline miles at a cost of about $930 million. When we first proposed our payment-only approach, we estimated that we would be able to complete 31 centerline miles per year in 12 years at a cost of $180 million if we had a budget of $15 million a year. Now we have had a full year of data for 2024. We can now check how close we came with our previous estimate. And as you can see, after 1 year, we completed 44 centerline miles of residential streets at a cost of $39 million. At this rate, the 12-year estimate goes down to about 8.5 years at a cost of $332 million. This is a comparison of public works crews productivity versus contractor combined. So for fiscal year 2024, public works completed 16 miles compared to contractor 28 miles, which is a breakdown of about 36% to 64% respectively, and that's where we came up with that 70-30 split that we put in the memo. On our timeline, we began the Rapid Payment Program 2025 Streets this past October. Our goal is to complete the Rapid Payment Program 2025 by June, and then segue into the Bond 2024 program thereafter. We are concurrently working to update the PCI data to get our RPP 2027-2031 update by July of 2025. And then finally, we propose finishing the bond projects in January fiscal year 26 and transition into the 2027 Rapid Payment Program planned streets in February to get back to our regularly scheduled program. If all goes as planned, beginning in fiscal year 2027, we stand to be 1 year ahead of schedule for the whole program. And then this right here is just our planned breakdown, proportionality breakdown for the bond streets, the bond 2024 streets. This is our distribution for each district. And I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate it. So you sort of answered one of my questions I jotted down was when would the updated PCI scores be obtained, or is because it's a truck, right, that goes over every mile or every foot of city streets. So is that already occurring? Is that
yes, sir.
already being accumulated?
That's currently taking place as we speak today.
Okay.
They're collecting data, and then after the first round, we do an audit, and then sensitivity analysis, and then we go into the actual finals, and then to work into our presentation that will go to council.
Okay. Congratulations on the headway you've made in reducing that time frame. That's huge for the city. The big thing that stood out to me was, other than the celebration of moving things along quicker, is the cost having gone from the estimate to the actual was nearly double. Obviously, you're cramming more work in a shorter period of time, so you've got material and things, so your costs would go up. But can you kind of explain a little bit more about why it doubled?
So that budget was always available, but that analysis that we did was all that was getting spent. So at the 6 centerline miles per year, only 15 million of the budget available was getting used. So we actually had budget 1041, 1042, which is the residential street program, what used to be the street fee monies, and then also our in-house monies all add up to about 39 million. It just wasn't getting spent. So when we gave you that estimate, that was off actual production. So we were not spending all our money and only doing 6 centerline miles of work on the reconstruction aspect. Okay.
I'd encourage you, I mean, if this information is going to make it out to the public, it's already out there, is just so it's not used against you in the future, is to probably footnote that, because that's, someone that's looking at the fine detail, they're going to notice, well, why did it double? And there's no explanation there. You just explained it to us, but it'd be helpful to have a footnote in there.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm sorry. Did you say we had $39 million that was not being spent as quickly as we could? Is that what
on the $20 million of residential streets, the 20 million wasn't getting spent, which is the part where we were doing reconstruction costs. So we were only estimating the 15 million portion of that metric. You know, when you think about the reconstruction aspect, this is the complete redo. Before I came to Public Works, there was a number of programs. There was the reconstruction, and then in-house wasn't quite doing what we're doing today. They were trying to completely rebuild some streets as well. That's why they bought the curb machine and all these other equipment to do complete rebuilds.
Excuse me, can I just add to that so we don't misinform the public? So monies that weren't spent were spent in the next year. So any monies that weren't spent when they were supposed to be got carried forward. So the money didn't disappear or monies weren't used for something else like parks or public safety. So if we didn't get it done, if the Public Works Department didn't get it done, if the monies weren't allocated and spent in that year, they were saved and spent the next year, just so we're clear.
Okay, so what is going to happen with the less, isn't it about like $12 million that we'll no longer be getting from the $5.38 fee? Is that about right?
Yeah, it's still there in our budget. It's still accounted for in our budget. That's what we went to you all in fiscal year 2025.
Okay.
No, excuse me, it's not. So the street user fee was not renewed by the city council. We know.
I know, it wasn't. So that's what I'm saying, but we're no
13.
longer going to be counting on that $12 million that was supposed to be directly for residential streets. And
Right. So in this budget, we were able to, I recommended the council and it was approved. It was approved. I was able to not do certain capital projects like paving the City Hall parking lot and a few other projects that were able to fill that gap. We also issued some short-term tax notes to be able to backfill the 12 to 13 million. Next year, we're not going to have that option because there's only one project for City Hall parking.
But we're still going to be able to keep pace with our projected. No, we're not, are we?
Probably not. Right now, based on our financial position I just showed you this morning, we're going to have to see how can we keep street funding levels consistent, given that the street user fee's not there anymore, and that there's no one-time revenues anymore. There's only so many one-time sources you can go to backfill that. So, but not to say we're not going to, but we'll have to do some extreme work to find some options if we want to keep street funding level.
Okay, now the other is on the PCI. I was just about to try to see the list of streets, the PCI that you currently have. Do you have them just by city, not just necessarily by district, but just list all the streets by the worst streets? Can it be sorted that way? Is it sorted that way already?
Are you talking about our current data or the new data that we're?
The new data.
Yes, ma'am. We can sort it any.
Okay, so we'll be able to just see it, just citywide as to where the worst streets are, not just necessarily.
We can run a number of analysis.
Okay. Let me see. I guess that's it for now. Thank you so much. Good job. And I know we're still getting complaints, as you know. Some of the streets in my district that are getting repaved very quickly, I may say, they're coming back and asking, about the curbs and the sidewalks and what have you. So hopefully the new city council will have a plan ready for that. So anyway, thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ernie, on a few things here that are not part of our rapid pavement program, like alleyways. Last time I asked if we could do a list of those as well as for what, those neighborhoods that have alleys that aren't necessarily, being projected from the same RPP program. What, are you going to provide us something along those lines as well?
Right, yes, sir. When we get the new PCI data, I'm able to get that analysis, plus the inventory that we talked about, the roadside inventory, and then in addition to that, the update on the industrial streets.
I was just going to say, don't forget the industrial.
Okay, so you're going to, so we're doing PCI on the alleyways as well?
Yes, sir. We can prioritize the PCI on the alleyways. And
No. I don't recall seeing PCIs on previous. When we had previous reports, alleyways were never part of that.
Right.
Or is that going to be
I hear
part
what
of
you're
this
saying.
one?
Yes, sir. They're inventoried. They're not scored. You want scores on alleys is what you're?
Well, no, I mean, if we don't have a score on them, then we're not, I mean, how are we accounting for them is what I'm asking.
There's only 20 miles of alleys, and most of them are in your district. So we drive them, and that's how we pick the worst. That's how we've been doing the $1.5 million program that we no longer have. That's how we were doing the other ones. But on those ones, they're all equally in bad shape. So really, it's just a matter of coordinating our crews to get something more efficient.
Okay, some of those alleyways are concrete, and are they part of our concrete program for maintenance?
Yes, sir. Those are part of the concrete maintenance program, which is part of the joint sealants that we do in town and any other concrete projects that we do or maintenance of those projects.
Okay, those aren't listed on any of those lists.
Right, because we've been prioritizing the arterials over that.
Obviously.
Yes, sir.
But if you don't put them on a schedule, then there's no way to track them, right? So are they going to be put on a schedule or something?
Right, yes, sir. We can prioritize, they will. They will be prioritized, but like I said, my plan with the PCI report to council is the regular report that we're all used to, and then I'm going to do a side industrial one to make sure that we have visibility on the industrial streets, and then same with the alleys.
Okay. Okay, I just want to have some sort of tracking mechanism so I can go back and look at it, because there's nothing to track right now.
We track the alley work?
No, we can't track it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no information coming to council.
Right.
Like I remember we had, myself and Councilman Barrera had a discussion with somebody in District 3 that had an alleyway. It was at the...
Yeah, it's the Crestmont area.
Right. So it's not just District 5, but I mean,
I
just want to make sure we have some visibility to it, because right now we don't.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other thing, as well as the industrial kind of streets where you're working with engineering, for example, obviously we're looking at the industrial street that's out there by Bill Witt, but also streets like Huntwick that you don't necessarily manage, that is managed by engineering. Is there some sort of effort you guys can do so when you give the update, we get the update from them as well, because there are projects that are just kind of languishing, both bond projects, street bond projects, as well as the ones that are part of the reconstruction program. I can think of a few streets in my district.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, Peter, if you can kind of manage that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about languishing projects, Councilman, but we'll get you updates.
Well, the reason I asked that is I just got a media request from Channel 6 about Leipz Boulevard and the delays associated with that. So obviously, he's not the one to answer those questions. But
well, Jeff Edmonds is here. If Chris Six has a question, we'll answer it.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, what I'm saying is,
where's Jeff?
When I say languishing, that's what I mean.
Is that what Chris Six said? Well, Jeff's here. So.
No, that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said.
All right.
That's not what they said. They were just asking me about the street. The concerns
no problem.
around.
Jeff Edmonds is here in the back, so we can get him if there's a question on it.
That'd be good.
He's back there?
There he is.
There he is.
Jeff.
Oh, there he is.
Through the magic door he enters.
So I'm sorry, did you have a specific question?
Specifically on some of these projects, he came to give us some updates on these, but some of the projects fall under your purview. So streets like Leipz and the ones that are under the reconstruction program that are managed by your department. Mm-hmm. So if we could get updates, obviously we have a briefing here that's associated with streets that should be in conjunction with some of the projects that you're doing as well.
So if I understand, you're wanting a report, periodic report on...
Right. If we're going to get a briefing on some of these things, and I'm looking at this as an overall thing. It's streets, that everything associated with streets that we don't have visibility to, right? When he comes in, he only brings in what he's referring to in terms of the projects that his crews are doing or that he's contracting with for the rapid pavement program. But there's also some reconstruction projects that he doesn't have visibility to. That also goes with some other things that aren't being tracked. You may be tracking them internally, but it's not being presented to us, like the alleyways and some of those other projects.
Yeah, Councilman, if I can just save time here. So in our financial report that will be handed out to the council, Leipz is in there, and as are all the capital projects in the bond program. So Leipz, Sunwood to Staples, it was a Prop A project, and it's under construction right now with the end construction expected in May of 2025.
And that's a 2022 project.
That's fine. It's in the report, though.
Right.
No.
So,
Yes, sir.
but it's the details behind it.
Okay, we can
Right.
get you those.
Okay, so that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, there were some issues there on the drainage. We had to suspend construction for a period of time, do some redesign on that one, but it's moving forward.
Also, like streets like Willow Wick and Willow Oak.
And I don't have that one available. We had just ordered Timbergate last week.
Okay, so I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
just from the information.
I mean, it
that's-
sounds like you're wanting some kind of report. We can gen something up.
Yeah, maybe y'all, maybe y'all can figure this out
Right, so
offline.
I'm just saying in terms of briefings, I don't want to, have him up there and try to answer questions for you. So if you guys can work together, so when you have a briefing on streets, you can give us a full picture.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley? Or, I'm sorry, Councilman Roy, and then Councilman Pusley.
Thanks for the report. I've had some constituents ask a question, and I want to just pass this along. When you're doing the PCI, when you go out there and the machine, the vehicle does that, it really doesn't, it's looking at the surface, but it's not really looking at like curbs and gutters or anything of that nature, right?
Only tracking the asset, so it can give us quantity of curb and gutter but not condition. It'll give us quantity of sidewalk but not condition, so nothing to prioritize.
So when you get out to a neighborhood and you start the process and you find out that you've got some failed curbs or gutters, then do you note that so that at a later date that you can go back and repair those if they're failed?
We're doing two things. So first, yes, we note it so that we can come back and collect water when it ponds, because we know it's going to pond, and we're adding to our internal list. So after every rain, we go and do any, water removal in some of those locations where we just paved to take care of the asset. And then secondly, we will prioritize, bad curb. Right now, there's no program to go fix curb and gutter in residential streets. And so, we can come back after we're finished with the 373 miles and then come in with a program to start rebuilding when everybody's out of the pothole situation. That's our strategy.
Okay. And so in another situation like we had over on Trinity Run, you guys got in there and then all of a sudden found out that, something was really broken. There was some pipe and some other issues and it was really bad. When you come across that, I guess what people are wanting to make sure is that we're not just ignoring some of those major repairs to say, okay, we got so many miles done.
Right.
If it needs to be done.
Right. So my strategy and charge is to put a structure that's going to last to 20 years. Right. That's the strategy. Before all that happens, we have coordination meetings with utilities to make sure that there's no utility work imminent, to make sure that we don't go in and put a good road on a bad utility.
Yeah.
So we do that to the best of our abilities. If there's major curb and gutter work that needs to be done or issues like that, what we do is we'll profile our roadway so that the road itself will drain, and then as best we can come back and collect water if there is an issue for collecting water. But to go and fix curb and gutter because it's 8 inches deep into the ground, that'll get you back to your 6 miles per year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley, did you have
No.
You're good?
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ernie.
I'm just trying to get out of here while we're all
I know. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item J, our consent agenda items. Any requests from the council to pull any items between items number 5 and item number 28 for individual consideration?
We have like 22 and 23.
22 and 23. Anyone else?
Number 6.
Yes, sir.
Number 7.
You had number 7?
27 and 28.
Number 7, number 27, number 28. Okay.
And number 6.
Number 6?
Number 6. I have a substitute ordinance to hand
Okay, number 6. Councilwoman? Number 11. Okay.
And Mayor, we're going to remove from the agenda or pull and consider it at a later meeting, number 18. So
Remove number 18?
pull 18, yeah, not for discussion, but we'll put it on a later agenda. It's not ready for the council.
Okay. And number 15.
Pull them all.
Yeah. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 22, 23, 7, 27, 28, 6, 11, and 15. Half of the agenda. A motion? I'm entertaining a motion.
I move.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Please submit your vote.
Oh, man, what happened there?
That means super approved.
Yeah, have you looked at it?
Look at the clock. Up there.
Huh?
Oh, something weird's happening.
Aye.
Let's just do a voice vote. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 6 is an ordinance annexing land located within Industrial District 1. Who pulled this one? Who pulled item number 6? Councilman Hernandez?
I did. Mayor?
Was the city
Miles.
attorney.
I'm sorry, yes, go ahead.
I pulled number 6, and we are handing out a substitute ordinance that we have the IDAs, the signed industrial district agreements continue to flow in week by week. And so we eliminated another one from this. So you have a substitute ordinance that has a substituted map and legal descriptions within it.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And please specify that you're approving the substitute ordinance that we've handed
My
out.
motion will include that we are approving the substitute ordinances submitted by.
City Attorney, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I make a motion to approve the substitute ordinances submitted by staff.
Okay, Councilman Klein?
Miles, the document you just handed us to it now, the change, substantive change here is that you said there's an industry or more than one industry that has decided now to sign their IDA. Is that correct? Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, the Nueces Bay WLE LP track number 2 that came in. So we had another industry sign, so we eliminated them from that track that's shown in the one that was approved last week. It is now eliminated. So this new ordinance will only be annexing the tracts owned by Robert Sanchez and Nueces Bay WLE. The H&S Constructors tract is eliminated from it.
Okay, and that's the only change that's been made.
Right, and those are and we have been in contact with those.
The answer is yes, that's the only change that's been made.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and Miles, I guess you're the person to answer this question, I guess, as well. Since this document has changed since the one that we approved last week, is this now considered a first reading or a second reading of this?
This is a second reading. It was a minor change so it's an amendment that just made that one minor change to reduce its scope.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilman Pesley, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, submit your vote, please.
All right.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 7 was also pulled. Ordinance disannexing approximately 15.4 acres of land at or near Nueces Bay Boulevard and Broadway Street. Your question or comment, Councilwoman? Can you turn your light on, please? Just press there you go. Go ahead.
My only statement on this is that I will be voting against this disannexation. I believe that, the city would profit, would be best if we kept it annexed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I move for approval.
I second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay. The motion carries. Next item pulled would be item number 11, and that is an ordinance authorizing 3 airline use and lease agreements with United, Southwest, and American Airlines. And who pulled this item, council members? Councilwoman Campos?
What item is this?
This is item number 11.
Number 11. I just wanted to know why the increases were so low. It was just like 40 cents or something for a 5-year contract for each item. It just seemed rather extremely low.
Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. I believe these are based off the market rates. And so these are, it's just the based off of what the rates are for the square footage at the airport.
40 cents, that seems extremely low. So that's it, based on market rate?
Yes.
You have no other information?
Yes.
Well, that's not very illuminating. So, all right, thank you.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, we have Councilman Klein.
Yeah, I think I'm going to vote in favor of this as well, but I do have some concerns. I think that we have very few number of carriers still in the city here yet, and my hope, I guess, is that the airport staff is continuing to recruit and work on bringing more carriers into the area to create more competition out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Okay. Next item is item number 15. Who pulled? Councilwoman Campos? Hang on a second. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the $222,000 grant for position for one grant person. Is that correct? $222,000 for one grant position?
Correct. That's to cover the grant position for the next 2 years, and that's wages and benefits.
Okay, so this would be for 2 years?
Correct. One person for 2 years.
Okay, then I misread that. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 22 is the next item pulled. This is a motion awarding a professional contract to Ardua Group to provide design and bid services for solids handling and disposal facility at Owen Stevens. And who pulled 22? Councilman Hernandez. Press your light. Oh, go.
Okay, in looking at this, this is significantly over what the cost estimate for design was by a significant amount. It went like what, $1.5 million more than what was originally planned for this. So generally, you have a cost of design as a percentage of the total project. So you went from, like a 10% to 19%. So are we expecting that to be the same for the total cost of the project? And if so, why don't we have that estimate in here and an update to the capital improvement plan?
Yes, sir, Councilman. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. One thing to note on this capital improvement project, in fiscal year 27, the long-term plan, there's $15 million of construction cost. So if you add the $15 million to the short term of $28.7 million, that's $43.7 million for the total cost of the project. So one reason why the short-term plan doesn't show it all, because we're anticipating construction in the fiscal year 27, which would be year 4 or
So
year 1 of our long-term.
You plan for design to be less expensive than what the overall project would have been?
So As you can see from the details of the project, it's a very complicated project. It's something that we've been working on for quite a number of years, and we worked very closely with Ardura, who's actually here today, in support of this project to review the design. There were a number of things that came up. A lot was looking at the different technologies to be utilized and also the electrical components, and all of that resulted in an increased design fee than what we had initially intended when the capital plan was put together.
Okay.
We do feel it's in line with the overall construction costs, though, especially when you look at the year 4 of the CIP plan.
Okay, so just looking at, and 23 has something very similar in terms of how you're looking at the updates associated when you have a change order or something that's different from your plan. You should also include a plan change and then tracking all this goes. And the reason I bring this up, especially in this particular, in the water fund, is that you have a significant amount of debt in the water fund. A third of your revenues are going to pay for that debt service, and considering the outlays of future debt with regards to the desal facility cost and the additional projects going forward, it's a significant amount. And I'm wary of how much we're spending, and when you have these overages and you're not really accounting for them in your plan, there's some concern there. So if you can, when you have, and this goes for, and I'm going to include 23 in this.
Okay.
Okay, is that, when you have these updates, I want to, make sure that this relates to the plan so we can have an overall view of how this impacts the finances. And in 23, and Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm going to include 23 here. You have an increase there of $600,000, and you're saving money from a water line project in somewhere else. Well, if you're going to do this, you got to have some, a macro view, so to give us a macro view of where the spending is going for the overall system.
Yes, sir. We appreciate that. And I'm glad you brought it up. So we have seen better competition in some of our construction projects, which have led to some very competitive pricing. We're happy to see that because that helps our overall budget. But the CCW staff works very closely with the engineering team to monitor and track those expenses. And then, of course, we have Camille on as assistant director to help us manage that as well. So we can track the overall picture, just like you said. Okay,
but you got to help us see that too, right? That's what I'm saying, is that I'm not seeing, anytime you have an overage or an under, I mean, I want to see what it looks like for the system overall. Again, because of the amount of debt that you have in the water fund. You have $513 million right now on revenues of $169 million. So I want to make sure that we have a good visibility of how much projected expenses are going on and how much we're going to have to borrow, because this is all on revenue bonds, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that projection needs to be accurate, considering how much debt you're carrying right now.
Correct, and I think the upgrades to the CIP scorecard and that quarterly report has helped a lot too, in being as transparent as possible on that.
Okay, well, it should be part of your agenda.
In the agenda memo, sir?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And I make a motion to approve both 22 and 23.
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote. So, Councilman Hernandez, you don't need 23 then? Or well, we pulled it, so we do, yeah. Never mind.
Good job, Rebecca.
Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 23, Councilman Hernandez.
We just did that.
I know, but was the motion for both?
Yes.
Oh, it was, okay. All right, thank you. Next item pulled is item number 27, and that is an ordinance authorizing a three-year agreement with WellMed for the use of Zavala Senior Center. Who pulled that one? Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have concerns about privatization of city services like this. I'm just not convinced that the level of service is the same as when the senior centers are being operated by the city directly. And so I guess I want to raise that point, and it's going to influence my vote today as well. Thank you.
Mr. Dodd, on his point, how would we know that? And is there a way? It is a concern. I don't know one way or the other. But how would we assure, as the city, we would want to make absolute certain that there is not a drop in level of care or the way they go about the model?
Yes, ma'am. And recently, we've just done a survey of our senior centers, Zavala being one of them, obviously. And, the response that we got from our seniors is they were all good. And Zavala was right up there as well. Their surveys are, everything is strongly agreed on, such questions as do they enjoy their time? Do they enjoy the program?
Do you have that there?
Yes.
Can you share
ma'am.
just 3 questions? Just so we can see what.
Yes, ma'am. Do I feel welcome at the senior center? Yeah. The majority of them strongly agree. Things like do they ask friends to come? They strongly agree they do that as well. It's a huge survey, and it wasn't specific to Zavala. It was specific to all of our senior centers. So we had to withdraw. We tried to get Zavala's data out, and so it's a little messed up. But some of them are. Do I feel more healthy since I've attended senior centers? And 54% said yes.
Okay.
Am I more mentally active than I was before I before I joined the senior center? 54% strongly agree. 40% agree. Am I able to live independently in my home? 63% yes. Am I healthier now since I've been joining? 50% of the questions that we got from Zavala, 50% of them strongly agree that they are healthier before joining.
Right. Councilman Klein, is there, a specific, a reason that you have that concern? Hold on.
Councilman Klein, just real quick, and I don't mean to cut you off. We did this with Broadmoor and other facilities as well. And it was, obviously Broadmoor people really loved Broadmoor facility and loved what they did. Greenwood facility, the people there really enjoyed what they're doing. The people at Zavala really enjoyed what they're doing and the programming involved. So I think it's a matter of their taste, and a lot of people have gone there for years and years and years. We had a woman from Zavala that moved to the south side. That's a little closer to the Garden Center, Senior Center, and she drives every day because she enjoys Zavala. And and it's not just Zavala, it's all our senior centers. They're very well kept, very well done, and it's something that we enjoy doing, and we love to take care of our seniors.
Yeah, I guess the comments that I've been hearing, these are all anecdotal. The comments that I've been hearing is that since it was taken over by a WellMed, that people participating in services there feel as if they're trying to be sold something.
Can I just add, Councilman, and Robert Dodd can expand, but WellMed, this is not a change in business model. Mm-hmm. This is a reaffirmation of what we're doing. So WellMed has been providing services there for how long?
Since 2014.
Since 2014, so that's about 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so WellMed's providing the identical service that this contract seeks to approve. So just so the community's clear, there's no change in business operation. WellMed has been operating under a month-to-month contract.
Right.
And so we give them space at the Zavala Center, and in return, they provide nutrition services, medical services, other services in exchange, and a full-time staff position in lieu of paying the rent.
Right. And in this contract, there's $108,000 that they will, for renovations that they'll put into the senior center itself, which will install some covered parkways, some painting the interior, and then some removal of carpet at the Zavala Senior Center.
Right, so they'll be spending their money out of their foundation to improve the facility. That saves taxpayer money, and it's something that has been in place for 10 years.
If this is a win-win, then shouldn't the city already have privatized services for all the senior centers in the city?
Not necessarily. So this one was a legacy one. Robert's been tasked by me to assess that question, though. That's why he did the survey, to begin to look more into senior center operations. So does it make sense to source out some of the work that we do? Many cities have different models out there. So as part of that this year, that'll be answered. Yeah, but this one's that legacy that's been in place. This is the only one that we have a contract with WellMed.
Yes, sir.
Other cities in Texas have multiple senior centers operated by WellMed. We don't. We just have the one. And there's other entities that could partner with the city in some type of an exchange like this. And that's something Robert and his team have to look at this year. We had a lot of discussion, as Councilwoman Campos knows, in this budget with the council on senior centers. So we're looking closer into it.
Well, go ahead.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, well, our seniors are extremely important to us, and what I would say is I think this is a great partnership. I think it isn't all about, I know you don't mean this, but I know it's not all about the improvements to the facility, but more so, the people. And I don't mean, I know you know that, Peter, but you mentioned that, and that's a big plus, because it's taking the place of the taxpayer dollar, to make those improvements, or instead of the taxpayer dollar. But that said, I think what would be great, because there's always room for improvement, and it's always about the people. If the councilman is hearing it from a specific center, then let's talk to them. And, if the percentage is 54, well, where's the rest sit? But that's always something that can be improved upon. Those are things within the center that I think you could put some focus on and work towards making that 54, 64, and so forth. Thank you, Robert. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, we have had this discussion. I have personally gone to go visit the Zavala Center and some of the other senior centers in District 2. And what I was informed or enlightened about was the difference. And one of those major differences was that the first thing that WellMed did was dissolve the volunteer committee. That was an important aspect of, ownership as to the people that actually attend those centers, as to what they would want to do, what they would like to see. I would like to see that come back. That if that can be addressed, that'd be great. That was one of the complaints. The other was, yes, I also did hear about their approach to just the activities, the exercise part. I mean, I know that we all need to exercise, but to have somebody pushing you like constantly is not always welcome. Bless you. But anyway, I understand that we are under a fiscal restraint. It's you've had it for 10 years, but I can tell you right now that from speaking to some of the other from Lindale, from Broadmoor, from Greenwood, none of them like that, the Zavala. So I will reluctantly vote for it, but I'm just saying that there's people, including myself, that have an issue with this type of approach for our seniors.
And Councilwoman, I'd like to point out that, Zavala has 439 registered members. That's one of our biggest registrations at any of our senior centers. So, I mean, I love the partnership with them. They're great to work with, and they help us out outside of the, just outside of the senior centers, they donate to a bunch of our programs, some of our dances that I know you've attended, some of our, the Olympics that we've had, the senior Olympics that we've had, they donate to that as well. So, I mean, they're a very good partner, and they're very, we love working with them. So
Right, yeah, but it goes both ways. I mean, it's one thing to be a good partner, but it works both ways. I mean, we also offer the actual building and the residents be able to attend there. And as far as the 439 residents, community members that are members, I will say this, that just recently, yesterday or the day before, I went to go and vote at the Greenwood Senior Center, and one of the things that was realized is as people are going to go vote there, they're realizing that this is being offered because it had been closed for, 2 years? So even now, their membership is increasing because of awareness, because they weren't aware that that Greenwood was back on. So I think it's just, we can do a better job, and hopefully WellMed is listening, and maybe they can listen to what some of the complaints that I'm hearing.
yes, ma'am, they're actually here. They're here today.
Okay, great.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we've got some, Councilman Hernandez.
Robert, do we have any work with our health department on some of our other senior centers?
No, I mean, we work with our health department quite a bit, but not, they were the ones that put in the exercise equipment, I guess it was 2 budgets ago, that put into our senior center. So we work with them some, yes.
What about our meals program, the Meals on Wheels? Does that have involved with our senior centers as well?
Yes, sir. We deliver meals to our senior centers from our central kitchen.
Does that include Zavala?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that hasn't changed or
No, sir.
like that.
Nothing's
Has
changed.
WellMed indicated any interest in any of our senior centers?
They have not yet, and just for
Hint, hint? No.
Okay.
No.
Well, and as far as meals are concerned, they've taken over the meal program at Zavala this budget cycle, which, honestly saves us about $480,000 a year as well. I mean, we still deliver the meals to the rec center that's right there where we eat in that kitchen, but they've taken over that service as well. So, less burden for us there as far as personnel.
Okay. I think we've had some success with public partnerships. Obviously our golf courses is probably the most shining example of that in the Parks Department. So I understand, my counterparts' distrust of the private sector, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can look at opportunities to expand that to other senior centers, that maybe we can improve the service that we provide on that. Not saying that you're providing bad service or anything like that, just maybe we can look at some more people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as we move through this contract, obviously that can be a discussion that we
Right.
have. They need to want to be involved in that as well. And that discussion hasn't happened yet, but I'm
Right.
sure will.
Now, I understand we have procurement requirements.
Sure.
In terms of how this is processed, and that's fine.
Yes, sir.
I think you have the model, and, they have an understanding of what needs to be done. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilman Hernandez. If we can look at opportunities, especially on our senior citizens centers, for partnership agreements where we can help defer some of the costs of that. All this discussion in the campaigns about, this council spends way too much money, this city spends way. We're very fortunate that we have senior citizens centers. There are many cities here in the state of Texas that don't have that luxury. And we're very fortunate that we're able to get our taxpayers to go along with supporting those centers. So I think any opportunity we have to defer the cost of that off of the backs of the taxpayers is something we should look at.
That's absolutely right, and it's an investment.
And as the director, I'm really excited and always honored that our seniors centers and the people we have working there and working with our seniors in the meal program, and when we delivered during hurricane season or things like that, when we
Right.
deliver to homes is just something I'm very proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Just, again, maybe get some input from just Zavala so we can share that with Councilman Klein.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask, did we have a motion in a second?
Yeah.
We did. Okay. Rebecca, you have that? Who seconded?
I'll second.
Okay. Councilman Barrera, please submit your vote. The motion carries. And the last item is item number 28, and that is an ordinance disannexing approximately 129 acres of land in between IH 37 and Industrial District Number 1. Who pulled this item? Councilman Klein, go ahead.
I still have some reservations about this. I know that they're going to be paying 100% of pilot payment of lieu of taxes, 100% of what they would pay in city limits, but it does still have a time limit at the end of it. It's what I think we said last week, 15 years? The same.
It'll be coterminous with the IDA, so a 15-year term.
Right. So I do have some concerns about that, yet I think that the better approach would be to simply to hold this property within the city limits. You'd still be able to collect 100% taxes, and you would not have a 15-year time limit at the end of it then.
Right.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Thanks.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez?
Dan, I know I'd expressed some concerns about the timing of this and some concerns that we have very anti-city sentiment within the State House of Representatives. And so did you get assurances that the company requesting this was not actively lobbying our state legislature to prevent us from annexing in the future?
I don't know, Miles, was that come up in any discussions with the Flint Hills? I wasn't.
We're not aware of any, Councilman. Yeah, we're not aware of any lobbying by the industry.
Okay, so if you recall, we had this discussion about the concerns that we have in our industrial district agreements, the ability, annexation, the ability to the request for annexation within that agreement, right, which I'm assuming will be applied to these particular properties. However, our agreements can be overridden by state legislatures with what can be done or can be terminated once the agreement is done. So the concern was here is that the right to annex can be taken away from us at any time by the state legislature. So by voluntarily giving this property back or de-annexing it, there's a certain amount of risk associated with that. What's the dollar amount that we're talking about here that's for these properties?
100%.
Not the values, but the tax revenues associated with it. And it wouldn't just be, it would just be us, not.
Yeah, I didn't do that analysis. It's 124 acres. I don't know that there's a whole lot of improvements. I don't know if we have the values. They are agreeable to the 100%, so that it would not be a change in the revenue collected by the city.
Right, Heather or Arturo, we have the information, don't we? The amount of pilot we're going to get? We don't have it? Okay. Miles has it. What is it, Miles?
While Miles looking at that, I did want to make one clarification to the comment that Councilmember Klein made. So the 100% is not just for 15 years. It would be for any length that we'd have any type of industrial district agreement. So just because the current industrial district agreement would be renegotiated in the next term, it still would stay at 100%. So we have that on several of our industries. We have for Bootstrap, and I believe we have some other properties that when we de-annexed them, we brought them in at 100%, and this renewal kept them at 100%. So that doesn't go away if the industrial district agreement is renewed.
Yeah. The total assessed value, the total appraised value, 10.919 million. Total assessed value, 7.639 million for the properties. No, it's the total assessed values.
Well, We'll have to get you that answer then, Councilman. You're asking what's the payment to the city, right? Yeah, we don't have it.
I can calculate.
We'll get it for you.
Calculate it by the time.
Okay, well, and this is a certain amount of risk. I mean, we have no control over what the state legislature does.
Right, we agree with that.
There's risk for our full industrial district agreements.
Yeah, right.
You know, we're probably susceptible more, there's only a handful of cities that have these industrial district agreements.
That's
so, like I said, legislators from West Texas aren't going to have any issue, screwing us over if that happens. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of this, that this could be detrimental. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just made a comment. Yeah, this is certainly, I think that all of the industrial districts, we never know what could happen at the sessions, but yeah, this is just probably 1% of the total acreage, probably that, it's a very small amount of the overall acreage that we do have in all of our industrial districts. So.
Yeah, Heather has the answer on the payment to the city annually. Heather?
It's about $45,000 a year based on the $7.6 million valuation.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
45,000?
Okay. All right, well, we have a motion and a second on the floor, so please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, at this time, the council will go into executive session on items 34 and 35 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.087. Rebecca, was there not a third one?
Just those two, ma'am. Did you have a?
That I saw. Oh, right, okay. Okay, and we will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And we are at...
That is not in District 5, decided to jump the gun and stick his nose into it. My question is that, in your presentation on the last page, talks about requiring a masonry wall. Yeah, and since this is a CG2, which allows for, which allows for nightclubs, and because we've had such issues with the Nest nightclub off of Yorktown, I want to make sure that there is some sort of sound barrier, and as long as that agrees to that, there shouldn't be any issues.
The property owner is aware of that, and they
I know. I spoke to him personally about it.
And
I actually called him 2 months ago about it.
We've made it abundantly clear that this would be brought up.
I hope that is very clear, that we need to make sure that we take care of the residents on Cimarron and the neighborhood adjacent to it. They never put in those trees. So how do you go back and monitor that the agreement during the zoning is actually implemented?
So normally we bring those notes
during the zoning is actually implemented.
So normally we bring those notes forward into the building permit, because that's really where it's reviewed and assessed. But when was this built?
Oh, last year.
Okay. We'll have to double check.
Okay, it's the apartment complex. If you recall, there was like one that was have 3 stories to it, and the District 5. I'll let District 5. I'll let it.
Future at large. Most of my votes came from, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open.
That's all right. You can keep it.
I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a public comment on item number 29? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 30 is a motion awarding a construction contract to make a contract.
Let me make one correction. If you saw an earlier version of the agenda memo, there was an error in the caption. The one that's currently loaded is the correct amount. It is the 24 million. I'm sorry, let me get my first page. The 24,100,708 is kind of a meandering canal, and then we've got shared use paths on both sides. It's 8-foot concrete on one side, 10-foot concrete on the other side. There's 2 pedestrian bridges. There's a bridge at Gulf Spray and at Beach. The drainage will flow towards the north and drain into the Timon Marsh area. And there's going to be a culvert structure that's going to equalize between the marsh on either side of Timon. There's significant other underground drainage improvements. They're going to be bringing a lot of the drainage pretty much between Seagull and Gulf Breeze towards the canal. So we think that whole area should be seeing significant improvements and drainage of
is finally here, and I know our North Beach residents that were here from the community earlier are thrilled. I'm sure they're watching, and I want to thank them for their advocacy. Councilman Hernandez.
Was there only one bid for this?
There was only one bid, yes, sir.
And can you explain the additive alternative 1, 2, and 3?
Those were items that we felt like could be exercised or not. What we do with additive alternates in general is if you can't afford to do the whole project, which
okay.
And we're recommending awarding all 3 of the additive alternates.
I notice on your updated CIP pages, or the CIP pages, there's no funding that's coming from our 1/8 cent sales tax. Is that correct? which I'm assuming is just the street associated, which I'm assuming is just the street associated with this.
Yeah, there was a separate Bond 18 project for Gulf Spray, for beach. So this is combining all those Bond 18 projects that were kind of on hold until we could figure out what sort of canal we were. I would say that some people were concerned about the working below the water table with all the utilities. And speaking with Gabe Goodman, he has complete confidence in his subs that are doing that work. He says they're very experienced in it and not concerned about it at all. But I would say there might have been some about it at all. But I would say there might have been some that were concerned about that.
There was a good number, though. I forget the number Neiman had told me, but there was a pretty what? 44. There were 44 companies that expressed interest.
Me? Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's a great project, and glad to see it move forward. So this will be a great project, and glad to see it move forward. So this will be the linear park, correct?
Correct.
And then the underground drainage improvements as well? Is that going to be included in this?
Yes, they're significant.
I'm sorry, I didn't read all the details because this is my last meeting and I figured it was that important. So.
What?
The design well before that.
So we won't do the rest until the old bridge comes down?
We're going to begin the design if funding's available before the old bridge is taken down.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we won't construct it until the old bridge comes down.
Some of it conflicts with a footprint.
Yeah, probably not. It'll take a good year to design anyway. So.
Okay. Okay, well, at least we're moving forward.
Yeah, this is half the peninsula.
Yeah, I was a little concerned that we just received one bid. I was surprised, as big a project as this is, that we didn't get more interest. Did we put something in the specs that we get accused of all the time that says, we're only going to accept contractors who have had experience in doing?
Was here today. But I kind of just, for everybody that is listening, I want to just kind of go over some of the high points at North Beach that we've experienced here in the last couple of years. And it started, with the Lighthouse Point project. And then we did, there's the expansion of the aquarium, Dolphin Beach, Seaside Beach, that was just finished. We had the residents come together and talk about a non-structural dirt ordinance that we put together after many, many, many meetings and conversations. Then we talked about a lot of the things that went on in terms of the bridge and how that's affecting that community down there, and really how it affects the downtown and uptown area. Through all that, we had the TERS 4, which has done projects like the RV park.
The owner of the RV park is the owner of this construction company. So he's got a very vested interest in the success of this project. Well,
that's good to know. That's good to know.
That's right. Okay, well, wonderful. I believe, let me go ahead and open public, or ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. I believe we have a motion and a second, so please submit your vote.
Okay, so this is a motion to amend, because we're going to amend the contract amount to the amount stated by Mr. Edmonds. So I have that on the screen for you in just a moment.
24, yeah.
Mayor, you ready?
Oh, yes.
Did you vote, ma'am? To vote?
Well, we have a motion.
Yes, ma'am. And it's on the screen?
Yes, please submit your vote.
Ready to vote? Okay.
So,
Okay, so the amendment
the motion
passes. And then we just need to pass it as amended, Mayor.
Make a motion to pass as amended.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Yes, I'm starting to type it, but he stated. Mr. Hernandez, were you going to vote? Okay, and it's as amended for the record. Thank you.
As amended, thank you. The motion carries. Item number 31 is a resolution authorizing a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, and 2AVH Calallen LP.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Arturo Marquez, Economic Development Director for the City of Corpus Christi. And today we're going to be talking about a request for a Chapter 380 agreement in the Calallen area. So the project is located near I-69E, right across the street from Walmart and the Home Depot, and I'm actually going to reference this back as we go through the presentation. So the development is looking into 27 acres of retail development, and we're looking at about 120,000 square feet of junior box and about 14,000 square feet of retail strip center. Currently, the site does have a 21 acres that is ag exempt, with the remaining 6 that are non-exempt but are only paying $489 a year in city taxes. I'm also going to reference this back as far as how we're changing the agreements moving forward. So, the total estimated cost of this project, we're looking at roughly about $53.8 million, of which $11 million is going to be solely for infrastructure. And once we go into the ask of the incentive, I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind, that $11 million in mind for a point of reference. The location does have the Hobby Lobby nearby. However, Hobby Lobby is not part of this agreement, but again, just for reference points, just want you guys to think of that. The development is broken down into 3 stages as far as construction phases. We are looking at the first casual sit-down dining developments going first, and then if you look to your left, you have your local small retail office space, your 2 restaurants to the left, and then your restaurant and retail development on the corner as second phase, and then of course your big box coming in at phase 3.
I'd like to make a motion to accept, approve. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to, well, actually, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, are there any primary jobs being created by this incentive?
Not primary jobs. Jobs, yes, but not necessarily primary.
So no primary jobs?
No.
Okay. Are we going to be incentivizing shopping centers from this day forward? Every shopping center that gets built in the city?
No, not at all. In fact, if anything...
So wait.
Oh, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. So why are we doing this one and not other ones?
This one's more of a strategic move. If I can just pull up the presentation back up.
How is a retail shopping center strategic?
So right now we do have our neighboring city, Portland, doing a lot of development and retail, and a lot of the options that the surrounding cities that have the option of shopping around, especially Mathis, Orange Grove, Alice, and all that. We want to make sure that we capture those sales tax dollars before they leave to Portland, just because of the proximity.
So you think people from Calallen are going to drive all the way to Portland to go shop over there?
Not necessarily. So the Calallen market that it would be captured, we're looking roughly about 33%. Everything else that would be captured by this development would actually be roughly about 2/3 of that. And again, those are being captured from outside of the city limits.
Okay, so what you're saying is that people that live outside the city limits are going all the way to Portland instead of here because you don't have the shopping here in Calallen?
They have the option to, and we want to make sure that we capture those dollars before they choose to go to Portland instead of staying in Corpus Christi.
So they would drive to Portland instead of SPID?
Well, I mean, again, so if we can just pull up the map back up. Somebody that has, an option to either go to Portland or Corpus Christi, we want to make sure that we give them options to select something that's within the city limits, which of course in this particular case would be in the Calallen area, to capture those dollars and, capture them within the city limits.
Okay, I have a real issue with incentivizing retail and food service in terms because you're basically picking winners and losers here. So you're picking this developer to be the winner for a shopping center they're building when somebody else building somewhere else in the city, you're not going to incentivize.
Correct.
Because of your opinion that it's strategic.
Yes. So when we're talking about, incentivizing specifically retail, one of the things that we want to consider, and I've mentioned this in the previous meeting, is that we want to make sure that the incentive policy strategizes,
What incentive policy?
well, the one that we're working on currently. So I mentioned about.
So we don't have an incentive policy, you're just kind of creating it on the fly based on stuff you're recommending now?
Not currently. We are working on one, and it's one of the things that we identified that was needed when we first started the department, because we want to give the ability to City Council to be able to say yes and no to some of these projects, but we want to be strategic on it. So as you guys know, the department is fairly new. It became cohesive about 4 months ago. So the development of that incentive policy is still in creation. As I mentioned in the previous meeting, that it would take roughly about 3 months to create. We're in the ending stages of it. That will be presented to leadership to make sure that we have something to give you guys and have the ability to use a strategy as we're, getting these offers coming in from the developers.
Okay. I can't support this. It is against my philosophy of government picking winners and losers versus ensuring that there's a fair playing field for everyone to compete equally. If we're not going to offer this incentive to other, and then there's existing shopping centers that never received incentives that are built. You have existing shopping centers that are in Cal Allen that are going to probably lose retail to the newer shopping center. So I have a very difficult time supporting something like this. Just for this and anything in the future, it just sets a bad precedence for us incentivizing these kind of projects, especially since they don't bring primary jobs to the city. So I will be voting against this.
Okay, that's right.
Can you please explain? Number one, it's not your opinion. He said this was your opinion.
Correct.
I don't think any staff comes to the council with your opinion and asks us to make any decision based on your opinion. So let's clarify that. And number two, let's talk about, the statement Councilman just made, which was the last statement, I think he said something about not being fair because we've not done this before. We just created the department and the program, did we not?
Correct, yes.
So let's clarify this.
Yeah, so, just for clarification purposes, I myself joined the city roughly about 4 to 5 months ago, which is when, of course, the department became whole. So the department, even though it has in previous times existed in some sort of essence, it hasn't really been cohesive until just recently. Through the creation of the department, of course, there's some identified needs that we've, of course, have seen, and one of those is the need of the incentive policy, which again, because of the time frame of the existence of the department, we don't have anything just yet. However, we are working towards that, and we are hoping to bring something for your guys' approval on it.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give the floor to Councilman Roy.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. First of all, I think there are some basic things there, especially living in the Cal Allen community, as long as I've lived in the Cal Allen community, and looking at, in terms of retail, knowing most of the retailers in the Cal Allen community, and knowing in terms of where they get their business from. So I think it's a fact that when people are out in Mathis and they want to shop, they have to make a decision on whether or not they want to go, if you want to call it the back roads, over to San Pat and use the facilities over there, or if they want to come through 624 Cal Allen and go down that way and come into the city. When you take a look at people in Kingsville, and you look at Alice, and you look at Odom and Banquete, you look at all of those areas there, and they have to make a decision on a regular basis in terms of where to shop. And then you got to look at the people in Cal Allen. And one of the biggest complaints that I hear from the constituents in Cal Allen is the fact that we're isolated from everything. Matter of fact, there's people that don't even realize, they don't think that Cal Allen is a part of Corpus Christi. So when you talk about, in terms of picking winners and losers, and you want to talk about as far as a proximity, It's a unique situation because when you take a look at the people in Annaville, I want to also mention Annaville and Tolosa Midway and all of those people there. They have to make those decisions daily in terms of whether or not where they're going to go in terms of shopping. So if we can draw those people that want to spend dollars and we can draw those individuals into Calallen to be able to utilize those stores and those restaurants and that, it is a big win. It's a win on dollars that we may or may not get at all. And so I perfectly understand what you're talking about, and that's why I support this, this project. And I think it's something that's been needed for a long time. Everybody that I've talked to, even in terms of the retail owners, are for this project because of the fact that they think it's going to actually bring additional travelers or business into the market. 5 Points, for example, because that's really, when you talk about the Calallen area, that's really the only thing we have is 5 Points, you know, and there's some stores that have struggled there, but I think if we have a additional reason, you know, you have the stores there, these anchor stores to bring people in, that it is going to do the job. I definitely think it's economic and it makes perfect sense. So for that, I am supporting it and I do vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also think this is a great project for our area. You know, people in Calallen have felt for a number of years that they've been left out of the formula of growth here in our city. A number of times I've had people comment to me, and I've lived out there my entire life, so I agree with this. The city has done many things to help promote businesses on the south side of Corpus, and you know, it's time we spent a little investment money in our northwest area of the city. Would you, for the listening public, in 25 words or less,
sure.
the executive summary, explain how the 380 agreement works?
Absolutely. So Chapter 380 agreements is through the local government code, and it allows the cities, and 381 allows counties, but Chapter 380 agreements allows cities to go into contract with private businesses, either the forms of grants or loans. So in this particular case, what we're suggesting is the repayment or the rebate of property taxes in addition to the sales tax for a certain percentage. On this particular one, we're thinking about 50% of sales tax through the general fund. I'm talking about the one that goes through the general fund, not Type A, Type B, and then 75% reimbursement of their property taxes. Both of these are increments of what is non-existent there. So
okay, well, you're going a little fast here.
Sorry.
So what we're going to do is the city's going to pledge a certain amount of money to this project. How much money?
So the request is for $5.2 million.
I know that. I actually read this one. But I want the listening public to understand that.
Sure.
So how much of that $5.2 million that we're going to invest in this project do we expect to be returned to the city?
So if I can just reference back to slide number, well, actually, here, I got it. So the city is expected to collect, or would have been expected to collect, 18.46 million, and that's in combination of all the taxing agencies.
After this is built out.
Right. So
Okay.
out of what would have been through the general fund tax, we're looking at item number item number 2, the 7.4 million, that's what the city would have collected, and that is where the 5.2 is being drawn from. So the city still collects, or well, again, both property and sales tax, but the city would have collected 2.1 out of just property taxes. They would have collected 7.4 out of sales tax, and the Type A, Type B would still collect 3.7 on a 10-year span. So this is
So the 380 basically is the city is investing its money just like we're doing with the tax reinvestment zones, and we're as they say in Vegas, betting on the come to where we expect to get the money back through these sales tax revenues.
Correct.
And property tax revenues.
Correct. And you actually bring up a good point. This is a performance-based contract, meaning that they have to generate these sales tax in order for us to rebate them back.
Yeah.
Now, through the
So we
analysis-
don't just write them a check at the beginning of this project. They have to perform.
Exactly.
Bring the project in, get the businesses going to make sure that this is going to work and start generating the revenues that we will draw from.
Exactly, and that goes on both areas, both the sales tax that have to generate it, and on the property taxes, we're putting a provision in the contract that their valuation cannot go below 26.9 million.
Yeah.
So that's something that we've added, again, that has not been added in any contracts before. So after the completion, after the construction of the full site, the valuation of that site has to be nothing less than 26.9. Now, if it goes above, then obviously the city benefits, and the developer cannot contest anything below that point, so.
Okay. All right. And again, I think this is a really good project. It's in a really good area, an area that we're experiencing growth in. And I met with Peter and staff members here a couple of weeks ago, and I've brought to y'all's attention that County Road 52, which is a city street, is going to have to be improved to support this project. And so that's something that the city needs to put on the radar. And that's going to be extremely important to this project. But I think the important thing for this project is what the possibilities are for things to come to the northwest area of Corpus Christi that we've never had before. And so, people come to the south side and they have dozens of restaurants to pick from. In Cal Allen, we've got 4, maybe 5 restaurants to pick from. And this gives us an opportunity for additional food service, but also the retail that we have a potential for here, I think could be a huge shot in the arm for Northwest Corpus Christi. So thank you very much.
Councilman Hunter.
All right, so the 5.2 million is the sales tax incentives we're looking at giving. When you said 11 million is estimated utility infrastructure costs, so we're really giving them 16 million plus.
No.
We have to go do all that infrastructure costs.
No, so the 11 million is the estimated cost that they're going to incur in order to put in.
So they're doing the 11 million?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then $18.46 million is how much sales tax they're going to generate over a 10-year period, correct?
No, so let me just go back to that slide. So the 18.4 million that you're referring to is going to be on this slide, and it's going to be on your right-hand side. So that is the aggregate of all sales, or all taxes combined, but that's sales tax, property taxes. Of all
said sales tax. I meant the revenue we are going to generate for our area.
Right.
So that's, let's see, if we were to figure that out, that's approximately $900 million in investment, sales tax, et cetera, that we're getting that money from. So how did y'all come up with that number?
Say that again, 900 million?
Well, if you break down, basically, if you do an estimated cost and you divide it by 0.0825, our current tax rate, property tax rate, I guess what I'm getting at is where are you getting taxable sales purchases in cities? So yeah, I was pretty close, 826.38 million.
Yeah, so the projections that we're basing the sales tax out of is kind of looking at comparison of what's around. One of the things that we looked into was the Walmart Supercenter and their performance over the years. Now, obviously, we do have, not all of the names, but we do have some idea of what stores are going to go in there, and we're able to estimate how much they generate based on national sales. So what we do is we do projections.
Okay, so now my last question is how much of that is cannibalized?
It really, I'm not going to lie, there is some portion that would be cannibalized. However, again, this is more of a strategic move rather than looking into that. And the reason being is because once a shopper has that option to either, as Councilman Roy mentioned earlier, once that shopper has the option to either go to Portland or come in town, we don't want to risk that chance of them going to Portland. So we choose to give them an option that's...
Where is this data from the shoppers going to Portland?
So when we did the estimation or the analysis of the Walmart Supercenter, the information that they get from the customers that they have is the information that we looked into. And again, not only are they in close proximity to the Walmart, but also the shoppers that we expect to be in the shopping center are very closely resemble the same ones. So if we're able to look at Walmart and determine that 67% of their shoppers are coming from an area outside of the city limits, then we can safely estimate that the shoppers that will go into this...
Which Walmart has 67% of their shoppers coming from outside the city limits?
That one is going to be the Cal Allen Walmart Supercenter.
Outside the city limits, as in within our ETJ?
Here, actually, I'm just going to refer back to this slide. So 67% are coming...
Or outside the metropolitan service area?
A little bit of both.
We all should have those numbers. Our EDC has them.
Yes. So 43% are from the 7 cities and surrounding areas shown on the map, and 24 of them are the remainder. So...
Those numbers are very hard to believe. Next question is you know what the job types are.
Yes.
So that means you know what companies they are, but on most of your slides it says retail company.
Correct.
So what are they?
Unfortunately, we cannot disclose them just yet. The developer is still working on those agreements and therefore not really available for the public just yet. However, we do intend, or at least the developer, to disclose them throughout the development of this retail.
You can't tell us who's coming into these?
They signed an NDA.
Yeah, the closest that we can do is just simply mention the type of industry that they are. For example, retail versus...
All of our previous 380 agreements, council members knew before we voted on it. Why is this one different?
Because of the way that the NDAs are currently standing with the developer, not everything has been finalized, and therefore we want to give the ability to not jeopardize those deals by disclosing who would be coming.
What?
Oh, I'm done.
Okay, so to say you don't believe numbers, you have the right to say that, but would you please send us, because I don't think that you all pull numbers out of the air. I believe everything you give us is verifiable.
Yes.
And so if you'll please send it to the entire council.
Absolutely.
That would be very helpful. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I've heard these arguments before, right? There's an outlet mall in Robstown there was a lot of the same arguments that, this is going to bring stuff.
You're going to make me talk again.
Well, what I'm saying is even if and I want to say, Mike, it has nothing to do with this being in Cal Allen or anything like that. If this was on Yorktown, I'd vote against it. Simply because I think it's a slippery slope when you're doing retail because, retail outlets and food service outlets come and go.
Correct.
And, a lot of these arguments were made for that outlet mall in Robstown. Look how great that is.
Correct.
All right. So I want to make sure that we understand this, and not try to interfere with market forces. If the market can support this, then they shouldn't need incentives from us. That's right. Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure that it's clear. It has nothing to do with the location. It has to do with just the idea of incentivizing retail or food service as just a philosophy, as a government philosophy.
Sure.
And honestly, it doesn't really matter who. I don't know who 2AVH Cal Allen LP is or who that represents, and it really doesn't matter who it is. This is not it is not something we should be getting ourselves involved in either this one or any other location through it anywhere. Anything that has to do with retail or food service is just, there's too many individual retail sites, there's too many individual food service sites, and you don't want to pick, like I said, you don't want to pick winners and losers with regards to this, because there's existing retail spots out there. As a matter of fact, there's a lot on the Northwest Freeway that have popped up just in the last 5 years. That have a lot of growth out there that I don't think we incentivize any of that. So I just want to say that we got to be very careful here, because all those investors invested in those properties and didn't get any incentives from us, but yet we're going to incentivize somebody close to them that they may cost them their business. So it's a very slippery slope when we get ourselves involved in this as a government entity, just as a philosophy in terms of doing this. Like I said, I'll give you that prime example of the outlets in Robstown. Okay, we don't want to get involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, so you absolutely positively cannot compare the outlets in Robstown to this project or any other project. Before that was built, the county owned that property. We sold the property to the developer. I went on record in a public meeting more than once saying that I didn't think that it would ever survive, because we had a baseball field next door that was already defunct because nobody would go out there. It's location, location, location when you're talking about retail businesses. And that was a terrible location to build an outlet mall. So you can't make any comparison to what happened at that outlet mall and what is going to be planned for this area. This is a busy, busy intersection. There are people that go to the Walmart there. If you're going to go to a Walmart and you live in Mathis or Orange Grove or any of the areas that were shown on that map that he had up a while ago, you have to come to Cal Allen to do that. But please do not compare this project with the outlet mall in Robstown, because it has absolutely no comparison.
Councilman Roy.
Gil, the only thing I ask you to do is kind of stand back from the forest and look at the trees. What do you think a TERS is? What do you think that this council has done for many years in terms of picking winners and losers when it comes to retail restaurants that we've given TERS money to be able to help fund them, to help them get started? And so when you take a look at that, that's another way in terms of, this happens to be a different type of agreement. But when you look at the end of the day and you look at what it's being used for, we've supported restaurants, businesses, retail spaces, and all of those things within many districts. We're doing it we've done it in TERS number 4, we've done it in 2, we've done it all over the place. And so I just hope that you would take that into consideration, because that's not a new practice.
Councilman Barrera.
The other thing I might want to add also is that we've had, the other thing I might want to add is that, by the way, I seconded this, I want to make that very clear, is this, pre-Robstown, I mean, we didn't have Steel Dynamics, we didn't have Tesla. Yeah, we didn't have Tesla. We didn't have all the development that's going out there. We didn't have, depending on what happens with Avena, we didn't have all those opportunities that now are creating high-paying jobs, that now people have more disposable income. I work with a lot of the outlying cities, and I hear them. This is just anecdotal, that they're running to Portland. We work with Sinton, Aransas Pass. What is it, Mathis? A lot of those communities that, that we know that they're going somewhere, and we know that a lot of the people that live in that work at Steel Dynamics live in Cal Allen. That's one reason that the housing market has expanded over there as well. And then also from an anecdotal level, I'll tell one of my soliloquies here. Back in gosh, it was early 90s. In another life, I was a manager. I was a manager for the Wendy's. I was the area manager for Wendy's, and my store was the one on Airline and SPID, and then the one inside the mall. And I'll never forget my supervisor getting on our case saying that there was that McDonald's that's right there on Staples. He says, man, there's golden arches on those people's foreheads. You got to take care of them. You got to keep them coming back. You got to keep them coming back. Got to keep them coming back. And we were terrified if when McDonald's was going to open, our business was going to be cut in half. Our sales actually went up. Because now what it was is that it was a people center and more people were coming out now because there were more options. So I think that's the thing, you know, if you have more options, then there's more reasons for people to come out. And then you'll find that, you know, a rising tide raises all ships. Thank you very much.
Councilman Klein.
Arturo, thanks for the presentation. I just need a clarification on a couple things. You mentioned to me, if I understood correctly, that the tax incentive is going to apply only to the extent that they generate revenue themselves.
Correct.
Right. The city currently has 380 agreements with other shopping areas in the city. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Are those agreements also worded in the same way, or is this kind of a new approach we're taking with this shopping center?
The word is similar, but there's a couple differences. So the ones that you're referring to, we do have 3 other 380 agreements that are with other shopping centers. Those are going to be the La Palmera Mall, the shops at La Palmera, and Parkdale. Now, all of them do have some sort of reimbursement. 2 of them are going to be retail sales tax and property taxes, while another one's just solely property tax. Now, the difference about these ones is that they do not have a minimum appraised value. So therefore, by putting the minimum appraised value on this one, we make sure that the city is going to be collecting a specific amount over the years of this agreement. That did not exist on these previous ones. However, again, just to kind of compare the 2 of them, most of the agreements that we have standing under the other Chapter 380s, they're roughly about 70% on average, 70% reimbursement. What we're suggesting here is 50%.
So, again, are there plans to kind of model the future 380s? I don't know if you've gone that far down the road yet, future 380s along the model that you're presenting to us today, or is this more of a blip, an outlier?
No, so this is definitely more or less what we want to mirror going forward. Now, and I forgot to mention this, but the prior Chapter 380 agreements, again, on average, they're roughly, agreements for 25 years. What we're suggesting here is at a 10-year agreement. Now, again, based on our calculations, we actually expect to have a payback period, or actually to repay them back the amount that we're suggesting in a much sooner time. However, to give us flexibility, we are suggesting for a 10-year agreement. So there's essentially two milestones, and whichever they reach first is when the contract ends. We either run out of time, which in this particular case would be a 10-year agreement, or we run out of funds that we promised them. So if they're able to perform better and generate those 5.2 million quicker, then the city pays them out quicker, and the contract obviously ends sooner. So there's 2 limitations. We either pay them back quicker because of their performance, or we reach a time limit where, again, 10 years, if we haven't paid them because they haven't performed as well, then the contract ends. So again, by doing it by 25 years, we think it's a risk because it's too much of a long time. So we're reducing that time on this particular agreement, and again, for the ones going forward. But we're also adding that new caveat that they have to have a minimum appraised value, so that we know as the city that the city is collecting a certain amount of property taxes for the 10-year period. So.
Right. So at the end of the 10-year period, again, this is looking down the road, a decade, is your current expectation that we would try to renew a 380 agreement like this, or is it just a one-time thing and then it's done?
Yeah, unlikely, and if anything, I would actually oppose to that. So the Chapter 380 agreements that I've worked in my career have never been extended. So typically, and retailers know this, that whenever there's an agreement that is set in place specifically for retail, there really is no option of renewing or extending really, unless.
Just very quickly, one last question. I think last question. The 3-day agreements then for Parkdale Plaza and La Palmera, shops at La Palmera Mall, those are still within the 25-year period of their original signing?
Correct, yes. So again, just as a point of reference, the ones that are currently active, actually, they're the ones that are the 25-year agreements is going to be La Palmera Mall and Parkdale. Both of them were signed in 2008 and 2009, and both of them are 25-year contracts. So again, those do have the ability to continue, or are still active, I should say.
Great, thank you. Thanks.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Arturo. I had the same questions that I asked you prior to the meeting that Jim asked about prior 380 agreements. And I completely understand Councilman Hernandez's point, and I agree with a lot of the things he said is, it's kind of a slippery slope about picking winners. I just hate to set a precedence where we're now looking at every shopping center going ahead. I think these should be few and far between to be able to justify them as strategic like we've done in this case. But, Councilman Roy and Councilman Pusley who live in that district, and they obviously support it. So I'm going to lean to their direction and support it as well. Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this has been very enlightening. I remember when y'all briefed us on this, and y'all were very excited about this new approach of how we're going to incentivize development here. As you said, your department is pretty new. 3 to 4 months. So this is a good example of stating that, this is not about continuing to incentivize, after the 10-year or after, they pay. And I just wish that, we had that kind of thinking when it came to the IDAs. Same thing. It was supposed to be to incentivize, not to continue to diminish the, the taxes that we could be earning. So again, I think this is something that is needed for our city. As a matter of fact, those Palmera and Parkdale are in District 2. And I can tell you that those two investments have really paid off because they're very busy. They've spurred, even more retail. So I will be supporting this, and I think you've done a fairly good job in creating this approach. So thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
On red. Thank you. Other 380 agreements have been places like Slitterbond, so don't forget that they don't always work. So could you tell us, maybe even privately, who the anchor tenant is? Because the issue that we're having to decide on $5.whatever million to determine this, it seems like everybody's pretty okay with it, which means they know the anchor tenant's probably going to generate some sales tax. I'd like to know why I don't know.
Nobody knows. I don't.
It just seems like there's a lot of confidence in whatever the anchor tenant or whatever the shopping center is. That's what I'm concerned about. So I think it would benefit us going forward to know these things.
Sure.
We don't want to be taking cannibalized sales tax from other groups that could be generating it without the new businesses. But I'm going to put my faith in you and assume that we're doing the right thing here, especially on the sales tax portion of this. So thank you.
Okay, and that was our last comment. I'm going to open or ask if there's anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 31. Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. I believe we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 32 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Hanson Professional Services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and this item is for the seawall, the Michael J. Ellis seawall. Councilman Hernandez, did you have a question? Councilman Hernandez?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Since we're on another topic, I just wanted to answer Everett Roy's comments towards me. If TERS is to reinvest in an area, so I'll leave it at that. That's all. Thank you.
You have the right to rebut.
Councilman Klein.
I wasn't given that opportunity.
No, he spoke twice on it. Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for bringing this to us. I have no problem with the contract. I have a real problem with the overall project, and that's why I voted against city adopting it in the first place. You know, we were already struggling to maintain the existing infrastructure we got, and now we're adding to it. We have added to it. You see the price tag here for it before us as well, and so that's why I'm going to be voting against this. I think it's a good project again, but again, I don't think we should have adopted this seawall to begin with. It was a private entity in the first place. There's a reason that it was not built with public funds in the first place, and I think it was a mistake for us to have taken it over. But we've done that now. As I said, I'll be voting as I will be voting. Thanks.
Let me make a comment on that. So we haven't, I guess we've kind of taken it over. We did vote kind of in principle, but I am planning on bringing an action item next month to really belt and suspenders that, because we went through some nightmares with FEMA on the Packard Channel, and I'm trying to inoculate this against a similar situation if we do get damage to this in a presidentially declared disaster. And I do have one other little comment I'd like to make. We've been holding off on this to bring it until we got all of those easements. And in the agenda memo, it says we had 13 or 14. We actually got the last one in yesterday. And I'd really like to thank Councilman Suckley, because he's put a huge amount of effort into getting those easements for us. So we were kind of slow walking bringing the design contract until we got near the finish line on those easements.
Okay.
No, I was just going to mention the same thing. That's a success from when the memo was published until today. And, you know, Jerry Sinclair made the comment earlier about, you know, the support of, you know, his location there at the south end of the seawall, and we've got support up and down the seawall for this project. A lot of very motivated folks, not only owners behind the seawall, but throughout the island. I think this is an exciting project. I see we've got some Visit Corpus Christi folks here. It should be noted that this project will not only, you know, be great for the local residents, but it's going to be another draw to our Gulf beaches, is to have this beefed up, you know, seawall.
Absolutely. This is very, very good news, I think, because just for context, since I think it's the late 1960s that this seawall was owned, you know, by private residents, and there is no funding, you know, no federal funding that is applicable, and so now it's going to become a real amenity and asset for the city of Corpus Christi. So I know this has taken it's been a long road. Dan, thank you for your work on it and your advocacy, and thank all the residents. We want to thank all the residents who work together to make this happen. It's the best thing that could happen for tourism, for our residents, and you know, the whole community.
And I think it's also worth mentioning, there's some development projects that seem like they're queued up to go forward.
Yeah. So this is great. Thank you, Jeff, for your work on this. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 32? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Great project, great project.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. And our last item of the day, item number 33. This is a one-reading ordinance designating a certain geographic area in the city of Corpus Christi as Project Financing Zone Number 1, City of Corpus Christi, Texas.
Mayor, City Council, Arturo Marquez, Economic Development Director. And what we're going to be talking about is the request to dedicate or assign a project financing zone. Just a little bit of background, the project financing zone statute was enacted back in 2013, and back in 2023, February 28th, City Council moved to approve this, to request the City of Corpus Christi being part of those cities that are allowed to do so. During the 88th legislation, House Bill number 5012 allowed City of Corpus Christi to dedicate and create a project financing zone. Now, the PFC would rebate the incremental growth in revenues from sales tax revenues, including the state hotel occupancy tax, the sales tax, and also the mixed beverage, generated by hotels within a 3-mile radius of the qualified project. And I know this was a question that was brought up earlier. So the estimated amount that we think is going to be generated over the next 30 years within those 20 hotels is roughly about $70.8 million. Again, this is a 30-year span and looking into 20 hotels in a 3-mile radius of course, we are talking about the American Bank Center. Okay.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez?
Okay, on page 4 of your presentation, you have the 3-mile radius. I know we were looking to see if we can alter that so we're not having more than half of the radius be water.
Right.
Was there any possible dispensation on that, and what responses did we get from the state?
Yeah, unfortunately, we were not able to, amend anything just because we fall in the water. Unfortunately, we...
Okay, did we get some email, or who said that we couldn't do that?
So it was through conversations with the state comptroller's office.
Okay, who?
His name is...
And do you have something in writing from them saying that they don't care, it's in the water, you're screwed?
In writing, no, but we can definitely try to get something in writing specific. Yeah, we can definitely try to get something in writing specifying that. But we have had conversations with them, and that's where, through our verbal communication with them.
Who's we?
The department, myself and...
So you personally spoke to somebody at the state comptroller's office, and they told you, go jump in the water, we're not going to help you?
Yeah.
So actually, that's written in the legislation. It's in statute that it has to be, it has to be a circumference, is my understanding, versus you can't make it a oblong or a rectangle or a square. It has to be a circumference.
We discussed what the legislation said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we were only supposed to ask about some dispensation on it. Did you get something from the state comptroller or from the state legislature, whoever the controlling authority is, that specifically told us no?
Unless we take something back to the legislature and have them change the statute, we are not able to change that circumference. It has to be a radius.
Okay, you didn't answer my question. I asked, did you get somebody to tell you that you couldn't do it?
No, because that's what the statute says.
Okay, so you didn't ask. Did you ask somebody?
I personally know.
Okay,
we did work through legal counsel.
So we never asked that question.
We confirmed through legal counsel.
Councilman, they're answering the question.
But no, they're not answering my question.
No.
They're saying that they read the statute, and they were telling us that they were going to go talk to somebody at the state that we can have, to see if we can make some dispensation on it, and no one was asked.
The question was asked, because my understanding, I will have to go back and pull the emails, that was actually a year ago, before we moved forward with, this was probably back in the last summer, last fall. We had legal counsel double check, and they said that we could not change that. It had to be a circumference.
So somebody from legal talked to somebody at the comptroller or somebody?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so Miles, is that correct?
Yeah. No, it wasn't our legal department. It was our contract legal.
Who's our contract legal?
So at the time, we were working through McCall Parkhurst. And so it was Clay Benford that we worked with on that.
Are they no longer our legal?
Not with this project, no. Now we're working through Norton Rose Fulbright.
Where is she?
Who's Stephanie Levy is here, yes.
Okay, so I can't see her. Oh, do we have any response on that?
Councilman, good afternoon. Elsie Borks, Assistant Director, Office of Economic Development. It is my understanding that at the time when we were going through legislative session, our consultant that was working at the state level, Brandon in this case, who's still one of our consultants, he worked through those venues or those conversations at the legislative level at the time. Wendy was also there, who is in our governmental relations office, and was having all these conversations. So the request was made, is my understanding, the request was made to try and have a 3-mile
request was made to who?
Equivalent. As the conversations were happening at the state level with the legislation for having an equivalent of a 3-mile radius, unfortunately there was no it didn't want to change the existing
Okay, well, these
legislation
conversations,
that have that
these
definition.
conversations that we were having were after that legislation. After
No,
we
this
got
was
the
happening
legislation.
as
No,
the bill was.
That's not what I'm saying.
Councilman, can
Wait,
we-
no, she's not, wait,
But no,
wait,
y'all have
she's
to-
not answering
you
my
have to-
question.
I know, but you've got to let her finish her sentence.
Well, she's going
that
off in a
all-
direction that
Hey,
I'm not asking.
Okay, but let
Okay,
her
well, stop.
finish.
You know, if you
But
just let me
her
finish.
We need you to let her finish.
But she's not answering the question.
Ask the question and then let her finish.
Okay.
My goodness.
A lot of this information came to us after the mayor came back from the state legislature, after the legislation had already been created, and we found out that there's a 3-mile radius, and 2/3 of it was going to be in the water. Okay?
If I may
Well, wait,
correct that.
I'm not done.
It
I'm not
did
done.
happen prior to being put as a legislative agenda. We were already aware of the 3-mile radius requirement per the existing legislation. It was discussed that we were going to make the request that is at the state level once the item was introduced, which is my understanding. I was not there, but it is my understanding that there are consultants that request was made, and unfortunately there was no appetite to continue any further than changing the existing legislative language that defined that. We can turn back and
Why don't
check
we-
with
why
our
don't we go
offices.
look into that, because
Yeah, we can
that's
look into
important to
that.
him.
Okay, so
find out.
the reason I'm asking this, Mayor, is because I'm not really, I mean, from the answers that were gotten, they're very generalized. There's no specifics on who was asked, who turned us down. Do we actually have an email saying that, no, you
Right.
can't do this? Is there, this, it's not good enough to say, no, they told us no, and it's kind of ambiguous as to who actually said no. There's got to be some specifics, because what we're talking about is a significant amount of money that could be going to the convention center that we're not even bothering to make sure that we're actually are able to do that. Now, we asked for that specific dispensation because it was mostly in the water. Like I said, you look at that circle, 2/3 of it's in the water. There's not going to be a dime generated from any of that. So it's a significant amount of money that we're going to be walking away from if we can't make that change. And I want very specifics to make sure that the request was actually made, how it was made, and who told us no.
Yeah.
Right? And if we need to, once we get that information, we could go and ask, one of our legislators to go back and say, hey, can you modify this for us, because we're not getting any revenue.
Right.
And it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. But you can't do that if you have never asked the question.
Well, she answered it, and they did, I recall. Because
Okay.
we were in Austin.
Okay, well, there should be some specifics, because because this could have been done administratively, and if we can't do it administratively and they tell us no, at least have something in writing that says no, and that way you could go to the state legislature and explain to them, hey, can you put a modification in this for us? So I think if I knew this ahead of time, I would have added that to our legislative priority list.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that can always be.
Okay, so I just think if you're going to tell us something like this, be specific on what was turned down and not, because I don't think that's acceptable. Because I think this is too much. This is the convention center is an important thing that we're trying to do. We're trying to fund it. We only got 1/2 of that 8-cent sales tax associated with it. There's a lot of needs there. I don't want to walk away from any money if we don't have to. And so we need to revisit that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Here, my comments are directed for the council, the representative from District 5. Councilman, if you want to make your point, I have to stand up for staff here. You do not have to ridicule them or try to humiliate them because they're not answering your question. The fact that they're right there basically extending you respect as a courtesy is just wrong, to try and belittle them into a corner to say, answer the question, that's not what I asked, that's just wrong. And I almost agree with what the comment, your point, but the way in which you go about it is very disrespectful, and these people are here doing their jobs, and to try and make a point as if they're trying to undermine something it is that a process is just wrong. It's wrong. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
To speak after those two is going to be kind of funny. So the legislative agenda, y'all said that you had it on the legislative agenda going into 2 years ago. So I heard 1 year earlier. So this was on our agenda. Do y'all remember, just by chance, what your specific wording was going onto the agenda? Was it to look for extra tourism dollars? Was it to join in on the efforts of the other convention center cities around the state of Texas?
So,
what was it?
I don't remember the specific language for it, but it was because y'all actually added it after the general agenda, the legislative agenda had been adopted. So back, it was in February, the legislative agenda was
my question.
amended.
Thank you.
It's for us to be complete.
Because I remember this being a halfway through the legislation item. So
Exactly.
just making sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was February that it was amended.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so now I get to respond to Councilman Barrera's comments. You know, I don't think I've ever commented on when you were frustrated on a certain agenda item, on how disrespectful it was when you were talking about rates for industry and all that kind of stuff. So I'd appreciate it if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff, expect it for me in the future, because I just think that was having frustration with an answer is not being disrespectful, right? I didn't call them names. I didn't say they were. I'm not done. I didn't interrupt you. So I'm not calling them names. I'm just calling out that I was dissatisfied with the answer. And it's frustrating when you ask the question who and you don't get the answer. All right, so I appreciate your, you may not appreciate how my tone or whatever, that's fine. Okay, I'm not going to comment on your tone when you say certain things, or you go into a long soliloquy about how your kids in New York or somewhere else go into something other. That drives me nuts, but I'm not going to say that either.
Let's move on.
Okay, but I just want to get across that, if these are the concerns I have that are for the betterment of the city and what we need to get. There's nothing personal at all. Just frustration that I wasn't getting the questions answered. And if we have a specific things that are specific, I expect specifics, right? It's important for us as a community to make sure we get those things. And Peter, I expect specifics.
Right, that's what I was just talking to Miles about. So he showed me the law. It is in the law.
I understand that.
Yeah.
We knew that it was in the law.
Yeah.
We were going to ask for special dispensation.
Right.
And if it's not, then we can go back and ask the legislature to give us that via law, some
that was the
law.
plan. Right, that's the plan.
Okay? That's what I was asking.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley, and then we're wrapping this one up.
Yeah, just real quickly. And Councilman Hernandez, if that's all we need to do, then let's put that on our legislative agenda and we'll go back and talk to them. I don't think we need to start a war over this. And my wife made me promise last night that I would, since this was my last meeting, that I wouldn't get in an argument with anybody or call anybody names. And I've accomplished that. So, adios.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
There's no public comment, but you didn't ask for.
This will be your last, I think your last vote.
Public comment?
Public comment, did I open? Okay, would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on item number 33? Are you sure? Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
We did it.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, unanimously. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.